Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know where are you watching from, and what time is it there. Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I never imagined that one humid summer evening, when the city's neon glow faded behind the urban sprawl, I would be standing at the threshold of a long, forgotten underworld. My heart pounded with a mix of excitement and trepidation as I pushed open the rusted iron door, its creak echoing down the darkened passageway. I had gathered my closest friends, seasoned urban explorers with a hunger for the hidden histories of our bustling metropolis. For this very moment, our destination, an abandoned tunnel network rumored to lie beneath the city, a labyrinth that had once been part of a now lost industrial era. As we descended into the depths, the boundary between legend and reality began to blur. It started innocuously enough. A tip from a fellow enthusiast, a half-remembered tale of strange symbols carved into crumbling walls, and an old map scrawled on yellowed paper were all we needed to embark on our journey. I led the team, a mixture of cautious optimism and a deep-seated need to uncover what lay hidden below. The entrance was concealed behind a derelict warehouse in the industrial district, a place where time itself seemed to have abandoned the present. With flashlights in hand and cameras ready to capture every moment, we stepped into the darkness. The initial passageway was narrow, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and rust. Every step echoed as if the very walls were alive and listening. I felt an almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere, a sensation of being watched, though I could not pinpoint its source. The first hint of the tunnel's mysterious past came when I noticed a series of odd markings along the walls, symbols that seemed both ancient and out of place. They were etched deeply, their lines weathered by time, yet they pulsed with a silent promise of hidden stories. I couldn't shake the feeling that these were not merely random scratches left by nature's decay, but deliberate signs left by those who had once inhabited these subterranean corridors. As we progressed deeper, the tunnel expanded into a cavernous space where the echoes of our footsteps mingled with the distant drip of water. I paused to inspect the symbols more closely, running my fingers over the uneven stone as if trying to absorb their secrets. My mind raced with questions. Who had carved these? Were they the remnants of some forgotten industrial labor, or did they belong to a cult of long-dead occultists? The idea was both thrilling and disconcerting. I glanced around at my companions, their expressions shifting from excitement to cautious curiosity as the atmosphere thickened with an unspoken tension. We continued along a passage where the beam of our flashlights danced over crumbling brickwork and exposed ancient pipes. The remnants of the city's industrial past lay scattered about, almost like the bones of a giant that had once powered the metropolis above. I found myself drawn to a rusted control panel, its levers and dials frozen in time. There was a palpable energy in the air, a reminder that this was not merely a place of decay, but a space where history and the supernatural might intertwine. It was during this moment of quiet reflection that a sudden, violent tremor shook the tunnel. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and a cascade of small rocks clattered to the floor around us. My heart hammered as I ordered everyone to remain calm and hold their positions. The quake was brief but jarring, a stark reminder of the precarious nature of our adventure. Once the tremors subsided, we exchanged anxious glances. The tunnel itself seemed to have stirred awake in response to our intrusion. I could feel the ancient stones beneath my feet vibrating with a force that defied explanation, as if the labyrinth was acknowledging our presence. Gathering my resolve, I urged the team to press on. We moved cautiously along the winding passageway, our breaths visible in the cold, stagnant air. The further we ventured, the more intense the feeling became that we were being led somewhere, a hidden purpose embedded in every twist and turn of the tunnel. At one point, the narrow corridor opened into a small chamber where an antique oil lamp sat atop a pedestal. The lamp was covered in intricate carvings, its glass encasing a filament that, though long cold, hinted at a time when light and shadow battled in these hidden depths. I felt an inexplicable pull toward the object, as though it were a beacon calling out to us across centuries. In that chamber, I began to piece together the fragments of history. Faded inscriptions on the wall suggested that this place had once been a sanctuary of sorts, where the boundaries between the natural and the supernatural were thin and malleable. I recorded every detail in my notebook, knowing that these clues would be vital for understanding the mystery that lay before us. The symbols and inscriptions hinted at rituals and rites that had been performed long ago, rituals that might have left an indelible mark on the very fabric of the tunnel network. As we pressed forward, I could sense that our journey was entering a new phase, one that went beyond mere exploration. A feeling of foreboding seeped into the group's collective consciousness. The oppressive darkness seemed to come alive with whispers of the past, and every shadow appeared to conceal secrets too terrible to imagine. I found myself questioning whether we were truly in control of our destiny, or if we had unwittingly become pawns in a game orchestrated by forces far older than any of us. My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden movement at the edge of my flashlight's beam. I turned sharply, half expecting to see a stray animal or another explorer, but there was nothing, only the lingering echo of a soft, rhythmic tapping. The sound was almost hypnotic, drawing me further into the maze-like corridors. I could not explain the sensation that the tunnel itself was urging me forward, as if it were alive and hungry for discovery. My companion, Alina, noticed my distraction and reached out to steady me. "Are you all right?" she whispered, her voice trembling with an emotion I recognized all too well. I managed a nod, though inside, my heart continued to race with a mixture of exhilaration and dread. Our journey took an unexpected turn when we encountered a narrow passage that branched off from the main corridor. It was as if the tunnel was offering us a choice, a fork in the road that promised either a quick return to safety or a deeper plunge into the mysteries below. I felt the weight of decision pressing down on me. Every instinct urged caution, yet an inner voice insisted that the true heart of the labyrinth lay further down this shadowed path. With a deep breath, I signaled to the team that we would follow the narrow passage. The decision was unanimous. Shared desire to face whatever lay ahead, even if it meant risking our sanity and our lives. The passage was even narrower than the previous corridors, forcing us to walk in a single file. The walls here were damp and slick with condensation, and the air grew colder with every step. I could feel the energy of the space shifting, the palpable presence of something ancient stirring in the depths. My flashlight beam revealed strange, organic patterns on the stone, swirling shapes that seemed to writhe and twist in the light. I began to suspect that these were not merely natural formations, but the remnants of deliberate carvings, an echo of a ritual long since lost to time. Every step brought us closer to an unknown destination, a place where the history of the tunnel and the secrets of its occult past would soon converge. My mind raced with possibilities. Perhaps the symbols were a form of communication, a language meant to be deciphered by those who dared to venture into the darkness. Or maybe they were warnings, ancient markers intended to keep unwary souls at bay. The duality of their purpose added to the labyrinth's mystique, leaving us to wonder whether our journey was a quest for truth or a descent into madness. I recalled the whispered rumors that had first drawn us here, a legend of an underground network designed not only to shelter the remnants of industrial ambition, but to serve as a living, breathing entity that fed on fear. These tales, once dismissed as urban myth, now took on a terrifying plausibility. Every sound, every flicker of light seemed imbued with intention, as if the very stones were orchestrating a symphony of dread and revelation. My hand trembled slightly as I jotted down notes, the words blurring with the intensity of the moment. At one point, as we rounded a sharp bend in the tunnel, we came upon a small alcove lined with crumbling plaster and broken mosaic tiles. Amid the decay, an object caught my eye. A small leather-bound journal half buried under a pile of rubble. The cover was worn, its edges frayed and stained by time, yet the faint embossed symbol on the front glowed with an uncanny significance. I carefully retrieved the journal, my pulse quickening with anticipation. Could this be a remnant of the very occult experiments the symbols hinted at? I opened the journal, and the pages whispered their secrets in faded ink and hastily scrawled notes. The writings were disjointed, a chaotic blend of personal observations, ritual instructions, and cryptic references to something referred to only as the harvest. Each entry seemed to pull me deeper into the mystery, as if the author had been a desperate soul trying to warn future generations about a malevolent force lurking within these tunnels. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read about forbidden rites and the inexplicable disappearance of individuals who had dared to probe too deeply into the labyrinth's dark history. The author's tone oscillated between scientific curiosity and paranoid dread, a dichotomy that resonated deeply with my own conflicted feelings. Outside the alcove, the passageway stretched onward, dark and unyielding. I rejoined my team, and we resumed our cautious exploration. The atmosphere had shifted perceptibly. A sense of urgency now underpinned every movement. Elena's eyes darted nervously to every shadow, and even the usually stoic Marcus, our de facto leader in moments of crisis, seemed troubled. We exchanged uneasy glances, silently acknowledging that we were trading on the edge of something far more profound and far more dangerous than we had anticipated. Our steps echoed through the corridor as we advanced, the oppressive darkness a constant reminder of the unknown that awaited us. I could feel the weight of history pressing in from all sides, the stones beneath my feet carrying the silent testimony of ages long past. Every so often, I would pause to inspect a particularly striking symbol or inscription, hoping to glean some insight into the secret life of this underground realm. Each new discovery wove itself into the tapestry of our collective journey, linking our present exploration to the distant, haunted echoes of those who had come before. Time lost its meaning in the subterranean depths. We moved as if in a dream, each step governed by equal measures of determination and trepidation. I found myself reflecting on the nature of fear, not merely as an emotion but as a force that could shape reality itself. The tunnel, with its shifting passages and enigmatic symbols, seemed to be an embodiment of that very idea. It was as if the labyrinth was alive, its corridors morphing in response to our deepest anxieties, feeding off our collective dread. In that moment, I understood that our journey was not just a physical descent, but a plunge into the very heart of what it means to confront the unknown. A sudden gust of cold air swept through the passage, stirring loose fragments of debris and carrying with it the faintest whisper of voices. I stopped in my tracks, straining to decipher the murmurs that danced on the edges of my consciousness. They were unintelligible, yet laden with an eerie familiarity that sent shivers down my spine. For a brief, disconcerting moment, I imagined that the voices were not echoes of the past, but living memories, traces of those who had once worshipped, suffered, and vanished within these walls. The notion was both fascinating and horrifying, deepening the enigma of the labyrinth and the sinister legacy it might hold. With every step further into the tunnel, the air grew colder and the silence more profound. It was as if the darkness itself had substance, a weight that bore down upon us relentlessly. I felt my resolve hardening as I pressed on, determined to uncover the secrets that lay hidden in these depths. The journal's cryptic passages and the haunting symbols on the walls were pieces of a puzzle that I was compelled to solve, regardless of the risks involved. I resolved that whatever lay ahead, I would confront it head-on, even if it meant facing the very essence of fear itself. As we navigated a particularly twisting corridor, I began to notice subtle changes in the architecture. The walls, once rough and unadorned, now bore intricate carvings that seemed almost too deliberate to be the result of mere vandalism or decay. They depicted scenes of ritualistic ceremonies, figures cloaked in shadow, and symbols that resonated with the very notes of the journal I clutched in my hand. The realization struck me hard. This was not a random series of abandoned passages, but a carefully constructed labyrinth designed with an arcane purpose that defied modern logic. It was a place where the boundaries between the physical and the metaphysical blurred, a sanctuary for the secrets of a bygone era. I could see the flicker of apprehension in the eyes of my companions as we paused before one of the most ornate sections of the wall. Marcus stepped forward, his voice low and deliberate as he traced a finger over one of the carvings. "These symbols, they're not just decorative," he murmured. "They tell a story. A story of power, sacrifice, and something far more mysterious." His words echoed in the cold air, resonating with the unspoken fears that each of us carried. In that moment, I realized that our descent was more than a quest for lost relics or forbidden knowledge. It was a confrontation with a force that had been waiting, hidden in the shadows, for centuries. I pressed my back against the cool stone and closed my eyes, allowing the silence of the tunnel to seep into my mind. The quiet was heavy with meaning, each heartbeat a drumbeat in the ancient rite that had unfolded here long before our arrival. I wondered if our presence was fated, if the labyrinth had been patiently awaiting a new set of explorers to awaken the dormant power that lay within its depths. Every fiber of my being urged me to push forward, to unlock the mysteries carved into the very stone of this underground world. After what felt like hours lost in the interplay of light, shadow, and memory, we reached a small, recessed chamber. The floor was littered with fragments of broken pottery and shards of glass, remnants of an age when this space might have been a gathering place for secret rituals. In the center of the room stood an old wooden bench, its surface scarred with deep gouges and mysterious symbols. I sat down, letting the gravity of the moment wash over me, and began to piece together the fragments of evidence that had led us this far. There was a palpable energy in the air, a sense that we had crossed an invisible threshold into a realm where past and present collided in a tapestry of intrigue and terror. In that quiet, heavy silence, I recorded my thoughts and observations in the margins of my battered notebook. I wrote of the symbols, the strange tremors, and the inexplicable pull that urged us deeper into the labyrinth. I noted the subtle shift in the air, the cold that gnawed at our skin, and the weight of history that seemed to press upon every stone. As I scribbled down my reflections, I couldn't help but feel that our journey had only just begun, that the true heart of the labyrinth awaited us further still. The unanswered questions burned like a silent inferno within me. What was the origin of these symbols? Who were the long, departed souls that had once inhabited this place? And most chilling of all, what role did we, as unsuspecting explorers, play in a ritual that spanned centuries? When I finally looked up from my notebook, I saw that my companions were gathered around a small, flickering lantern placed near a weathered doorway. The doorway itself was carved with elaborate designs, its surface depicting figures in mid-ritual, a haunting tableau that sent a shiver down my spine. Marcus's eyes were fixed on the scene, his face etched with both determination and dread. "This is it," he said softly, his voice trembling with the gravity of our discovery. "Beyond this door lies the next chapter of this ancient story." There was no turning back now. The labyrinth had revealed its first true secret, and we were now irrevocably entwined in its mysterious legacy. I rose from the bench, gathering my notebook and the journal with reverence, as if these fragile artifacts held the key to our survival. With a final, lingering glance at the chamber that had borne witness to so many untold tales, I led the team toward the ornate doorway. Each step was heavy with anticipation, my mind a tumult of thoughts and emotions. The darkness ahead was impenetrable, yet it beckoned us forward with an almost magnetic allure. I knew that whatever lay on the other side of that door would change us, forcing us to confront not only the hidden history of this place, but the very nature of fear itself. As I reached out to push the door open, the old wood creaked ominously under my hand. The sound echoed through the corridor like the toll of a final bell, marking the end of our innocence, and the beginning of an ordeal we could scarcely imagine. The room beyond was shrouded in darkness, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. Then, As our flashlights broke the gloom, we stepped into a space that defied expectation, a realm where every shadow whispered secrets, and every stone bore the weight of an ancient rite. In that moment, I understood that our descent was not merely into a physical space, but into a living, breathing enigma that would test our resolve, challenge our perceptions, and ultimately force us to face the most primal of all human emotions, fear. I have walked you through every moment of that first, uncertain descent, a passage that connected us with the forgotten souls of the past and hinted at the labyrinth's living, pulsating nature. In the cold silence of those subterranean halls, I felt the echo of distant rituals and the steady pulse of an ancient power. Each step into that darkness was a step toward understanding a legacy that spanned centuries, a legacy that would shape the destiny of every explorer who dared to venture into the unknown. I closed the heavy door behind us as we left the chamber, my heart still pounding with the echo of its creaks. The narrow corridors ahead promised more secrets, more symbols, and more tests of our resolve. With every hesitant step, I became increasingly aware that the labyrinth was not merely a static remnant of a bygone era, but an entity that pulsed with the energy of fear and memory. I silently vowed that I would uncover its hidden truths, no matter the cost, and that our journey, as terrifying as it might become, was a necessary pilgrimage into the depths of history and the dark recesses of the human psyche. As I continue to write these words, the image of that first step into the unknown remains indelible in my mind. It was the moment when the ordinary world of the city above gave way to an extraordinary realm beneath, an underground kingdom where the boundaries between past and present, science and superstition, reason and madness, blurred into an inseparable tapestry of mystery. And though we had not yet encountered the most profound horrors the labyrinth had in store, that first descent marked the beginning of an ordeal that would forever change us, binding our fates to the dark, whispering heart of the underground. I move forward now with both resolve and trepidation, aware that every step into that endless night will draw us deeper into a ritual older than time itself. The labyrinth awaits, its living corridors ready to test the limits of our courage. And as I document these experiences for future generations, should we survive, I hope that our story will serve as both a warning and a beacon to those who might one day seek the truth hidden in the darkness beneath our bustling city. In the coming hours, as we follow the twisting corridors that seem to defy the very logic of space and time, I can only trust that the labyrinth will reveal its secrets in its own slow, inexorable way. For now, I hold on to the memory of that first step. A step taken in the fading light of an urban twilight. A step that led us into a realm of ancient mysteries and unseen terrors. A step that would forever bind us to the living, breathing underworld that lay in wait beneath our feet. And so our journey continues, one cautious step after another, into the heart of a mystery that promises to reshape our understanding of fear, memory, and destiny. Every sound, every symbol, every trembling moment in the dark reinforces the truth that we have entered a world where history lives on. Not in the pages of forgotten books, but in the cold stone of a labyrinth that has been waiting, silently and patiently, for explorers like us. I set my pen down now, the weight of these early discoveries mingling with the hope that, by chronicling our descent, I might capture some fragment of the labyrinth's secret solved. The echo of my footsteps on the ancient stone is a constant reminder of the journey ahead. Journey into darkness, into ritual, and ultimately, into the very heart of fear. When we left the ornate doorway behind in part 1, the cold embrace of the underground had barely begun to reveal its secrets. Now, as we trudge deeper into the labyrinth, the oppressive silence of the tunnels swallows us whole. Every step seems to echo with the remnants of a past that refuses to be forgotten. I lead my team cautiously through narrow corridors and expansive caverns, our flashlights slicing through the pervasive gloom. The deeper we travel, the more tangible the presence of history becomes. An ancient narrative etched in stone and steeped in mystery. The tunnel walls, slick with condensation and smudged by the passage of time, are marked with cryptic symbols that defy immediate explanation. At first glance, they appear to be nothing more than the ravages of decay, but the careful curves and deliberate lines hint at a meaning far beyond random vandalism. I can't shake the sensation that these marks were created by hands intent on preserving a hidden truth. A truth that lies buried beneath layers of dust and industrial ruin. As I run my fingers lightly over one of the inscriptions, I feel a subtle vibration, as though the stone itself is trying to speak. Our journey soon takes an unexpected turn. In a narrow alcove off the main passage, we discover a trove of relics that immediately seize our collective attention. Amidst a pile of debris lie antique tools, rusted mechanical parts, and personal effects. Worn leather gloves, a faded photograph in a cracked frame, and even a tarnished pocket watch that still ticks faintly despite its evident age. Each item is a silent witness to lives once lived in this subterranean realm. I pick up the pocket watch, turning it over in my hand, and wonder about the person who clutched it closed during desperate moments. The relic's survival, despite the ravages of time, imbues it with a mysterious allure, suggesting that there is more here than simple industrial detritus. As we gather these relics, an uneasy feeling settles among us. Elena, ever the keen observer, points to a small inscription on the back of a rusted tool. "It's a date?" she murmurs, her voice trembling slightly with excitement and fear. The number, engraved in faded numerals, seems to correspond with an event from decades past, perhaps even tied to the mysterious rituals hinted at by the symbols on the walls. Marcus, usually the skeptic, nods gravely. "There's a story here," he asserts. "We're not just uncovering forgotten machinery. We're witnessing the remnants of a life that once pulsed through these tunnels." Our exploration continues down a winding corridor, where the remnants of industrial decay merge with inexplicable artistry. The juxtaposition of crude mechanical remnants and intricately carved symbols creates an eerie atmosphere, as if the relics of modern labor have been overlaid by the vestiges of ancient lore. I press forward, recording every detail in my notebook. I describe the interplay of light and shadow on the cracked surfaces, the way the relics seem to breathe with memories of a bygone era, and the persistent hum of a history that refuses to fade away. At length, we come upon a large wall mural that dominates one side of the tunnel. The mural is breathtaking in its detail, an expansive tableau depicting a ritual of sorts. Figures, shrouded in flowing robes, appear to engage in a solemn ceremony, their gestures both graceful and haunting. In the center, a larger figure presides over the ritual, arms raised as if invoking some cosmic power. The mural's colors, though muted by time, still convey a sense of otherworldly vibrancy. I step closer, my heart pounding in anticipation, and study the scene intently. Every brushstroke seems laden with significance, and the overall composition suggests that the mural was created as more than mere decoration. It is a record of an ancient rite, a ritual that once brought together forces beyond human comprehension. The discovery of the mural is a turning point. In that moment, the oppressive weight of the underground seems to shift. The tunnel, once a passive backdrop to our exploration, now pulses with a malevolent vitality. I begin to suspect that the relics we have found are not mere remnants of a lost industrial age, but deliberate components of a grand occult experiment. The relics, the mural, and the symbols on the walls weave together into a tapestry of hidden meaning. I feel a chill run down my spine as I realize that someone, or something, may have orchestrated these layers of history for purposes far darker than simple remembrance. It is then that I discover a small, almost inconspicuous note tucked behind the mural. The paper is brittle with age, its ink faded but still legible. The note reads, "We are not alone. They have walked these paths before, and their eyes still watch from the shadows." The words send a jolt of terror through me. Could it be that the tunnels have hosted not only the labor of a bygone era, but also unspeakable rituals designed to summon or appease forces beyond mortal ken? The thought is both thrilling and horrifying. I share the note with my team, and we gather around the mural, our faces illuminated by the wavering beams of our flashlights. Alina's eyes fill with a mixture of awe and dread. "This isn't just about lost relics," she says softly. "It's about people, perhaps cultists, who once believed that these tunnels were sacred. They believed that by harnessing fear, they could awaken something ancient." Marcus's expression hardens as he examines the relics once more. "There's evidence of deliberate placement here," he asserts. "These items weren't discarded randomly. They were left as markers. A breadcrumb trail left for those who know how to look." With these thoughts swirling in our minds, we decide to document everything meticulously. I take out my camera and begin to record the mural, panning slowly to capture every detail. The rhythmic hum of the tunnel seems to synchronize with the clicking of the shutter. As I work, I can't help but feel that we are trespassing on sacred ground, a place where the dead speak in silence, and the echoes of forgotten rituals linger in the stale air. In a quiet corner of the mural, partially hidden behind an overgrowth of ancient mold, I spot another inscription. This one is more elaborate than the others, comprising a series of symbols intermingled with what appears to be a cryptic code. I trace the inscription with a gloved finger, my mind racing with possibilities. Could this be a key to understanding the ritual depicted above? Or is it a warning, intended to deter the unwary from delving too deeply into the occult mysteries of the labyrinth? I commit every detail to memory, knowing that these clues might prove invaluable as our journey unfolds. The deeper we venture, the more the sense of being drawn into an ancient narrative becomes overwhelming. The tunnel is no longer a mere relic of industrial decay, but a living chronicle of forgotten days. Every object, every mark on the wall, seems imbued with the energy of past lives and hidden ceremonies. The relics we've found are not only artifacts but conduits of memory. They speak of individuals whose identities have been swallowed by time, yet whose actions have left an indelible mark on the fabric of this subterranean world. I take a moment to reflect on the nature of memory itself. What does it mean for a place to remember? The tunnel remembers the footsteps of laborers, the whispered incantations of clandestine rituals, and the silent prayers of those who sought to harness the unknown. In this dimly lit underworld, time is not linear. It is a swirling vortex of past and present, a continuous loop where echoes of forgotten days reverberate with each new discovery. I feel as though I am no longer just an explorer, but a participant in a grand, ongoing ritual. Ritual that spans centuries and transcends the boundaries of human experience. Our progress is interrupted by the sound of shuffling footsteps, echoing down an adjacent corridor. We pause, hearts pounding, as the sound grows louder. At first, I fear it may be another group of urban explorers, but the cautious, measured cadence suggests something altogether different. I motion for silence, and we huddle together, our eyes straining to catch a glimpse of movement in the darkness. The footsteps stop abruptly, and for a long moment, nothing happens. Then, as if in answer to our unspoken questions, a soft murmur rises from the gloom. It is impossible to discern the words, yet the tone carries an eerie familiarity, a lullaby of despair and longing that tugs at the edges of memory. Marcus, ever the pragmatist, insists that we should follow the sound. It might be a survivor of some forgotten group, someone who can tell us more about what happened here, he reasons. Reluctantly, we decide to proceed, our flashlights guiding us along the winding passage. The corridor twists and turns, each bend revealing new inscriptions and symbols that pulse with an unsettling glow. It is as though the tunnel itself is alive, its corridors rearranging to suit some ancient design, ensuring that the secrets of its past are revealed only to those who dare to look. The sound of the footsteps becomes our guide, leading us to a narrow passageway where the air grows colder still. I can see my breath in the dim light, and every exhalation seems to mix with the whispers of the past. In this claustrophobic space, the relics we found earlier feel all the more significant. They are not just remnants of material culture, but tokens of a lost identity. I pause to examine a delicate porcelain figurine, its once vibrant colors now dulled by time. Its expression, frozen in a state of eternal melancholy, seems to mirror the sorrow of the tunnel. I wonder who it belonged to, and what secrets it might have witnessed in its silent vigil. At length, the corridor opens into a larger chamber, where the relics are more abundant. Here, scattered among piles of rubble and dust, are objects that suggest a semblance of order. A makeshift shrine, perhaps, left by those who sought to honor an ancient deity or to invoke some long-forgotten power. A heavy iron candelabrum, its arms bent and twisted like the gnarled fingers of an ancient tree, stands as the centerpiece of the shrine. Nearby, a collection of handwritten letters and brittle manuscripts, bound together by a fraying ribbon, hints at a personal story of devotion and despair. I kneel beside the manuscripts, gently unfolding one of the yellowed pages. The ink, though faded, is remarkably precise, and the language is imbued with an almost religious fervor. The writer speaks of a covenant, a pact sealed by blood and fear, an agreement with forces beyond mortal comprehension. As I read, I feel an overwhelming sense of being drawn into a narrative that is as much about human vulnerability as it is about occult power. The manuscripts provide our first solid evidence that the relics are not mere abandoned artifacts, but deliberate components of an occult experiment. The passages speak of rituals designed to tap into the primal energy of fear, a force that, if harnessed correctly, could bridge the gap between the mortal and the divine. The implications are staggering. We are not simply uncovering a lost chapter of industrial history. We are witnessing the remnants of a secret society that sought to manipulate the very fabric of reality. The relics, the mural, and the inscriptions are all part of an interconnected system, a dark experiment that has continued to evolve long after its creators vanished into the mists of time. As I piece together the clues, I realize that the relics are arranged in a pattern that mirrors the mural's composition. The carefully placed objects, the deliberate positioning of the manuscripts, and even the solitary porcelain figurine all serve as markers, breadcrumbs along a path that leads deeper into the occult mystery of these tunnels. I share my observations with Elena and Marcus, and for a moment, the weight of our discovery binds us in silent understanding. We are not merely explorers in search of adventure. We are historians, detectives, and unwitting participants in a ritual that spans centuries. With renewed determination, we decide to follow the pattern laid out before us. Our path leads us through a series of interconnected chambers, each one offering further evidence of the ritualistic purpose behind the labyrinth's design. In one chamber, we uncover a collection of meticulously arranged candles, their wax long hardened into bizarre, almost sculptural forms. In another, we find a mosaic floor depicting a scene of celestial alignment, an astronomical event that seems to echo the ritual portrayed in the mural. Every new discovery deepens the mystery and intensifies our sense of urgency. It is as if the tunnels themselves are whispering, urging us onward toward a revelation that has been centuries in the making. The further we delve, the more acute my awareness becomes of the tunnel's dual nature. On one level, it is a repository of lost memories, a place where relics of the industrial era lies, by side with tokens of occult significance. On another level, the labyrinth appears to be a sentient archive, one that preserves and curates the echoes of forgotten days. I feel that every step we take is preordained, that the labyrinth has been waiting for us to unlock its hidden narrative. There is a profound irony in the fact that, while we are searching for clues to decipher an ancient ritual, we are also being recorded by the very walls around us. Walls that have silently borne witness to the passing of time and the weight of innumerable secrets. At one point, as we navigate a particularly narrow passage, I catch sight of an inscription that appears to be a date. The numerals are etched deeply into the stone, their edges worn smooth by the caress of centuries. I pause to study the inscription, feeling an inexplicable connection to the moment it marks, a moment when the hopes and fears of a bygone generation were forever imprinted on this underground realm. It is a reminder that, despite our modern skepticism, there is a continuity between the past and the present that is as tangible as the stone beneath my fingertips. The tension in the air reaches a fever pitch as we approach another vast chamber. Here the murals are even more elaborate, and the relics are arranged with a precision that suggests deliberate symbolism. In the center of the chamber stands a stone pedestal, upon which rests a single, ornate chalice. The chalice, encrusted with bits of rust and patina, seems to glow with an inner light that defies explanation. I step forward and examine it closely, feeling that this object holds the key to unlocking the final phase of the ritual we have been piecing together. The chalice, it seems, is not merely a ceremonial vessel. It is an emblem of the pact forged by those who once inhabited these depths. The realization that the relics are part of an occult experiment sends a shudder through me. I recall the note from earlier, a cryptic message warning that they have walked these paths before. Now, the evidence before us confirms that we are following in the footsteps of a secretive and dangerous order, one that believed in the transformative power of fear and ritual. The manuscripts, the mural, the relics, and even the architectural nuances of the tunnel itself converge to form a narrative of occult ambition. It is a narrative that is as compelling as it is terrifying, a story in which we have inadvertently become protagonists. In that moment of profound clarity, I sense that the labyrinth is not merely a backdrop for our exploration, but an active, sentient participant in the unfolding drama. Its corridors seem to shift imperceptibly around us, as if guiding us toward a destination that has been determined long before our arrival. I feel a connection to the countless souls whose memories linger in these walls, a connection that is both a comfort and a curse. We are now part of a continuum that stretches back through the ages, our lives intertwined with the echoes of forgotten days. I share these thoughts with my companions as we gather our findings and prepare to move deeper into the unknown. Marcus, who has been unusually quiet, finally speaks. "We're not just uncovering relics," he says in a measured tone. "We're peeling back layers of time. Each object we find, every inscription we decipher, brings us closer to understanding a legacy that is far more intricate than we ever imagined." His words resonate with me, affirming that our quest is not one of mere curiosity, but of profound significance. With that, we leave the Chamber of Relics behind and continue our expedition. The corridors ahead seem to vibrate with an energy that is both inviting and foreboding. Every step takes us further from the surface, and deeper into a realm where the past is never truly past. I record our progress meticulously, every observation etched into my notebook alongside the impressions that the relics and inscriptions evoke. There is a sense of urgency in our work, as if time itself is of the essence and the labyrinth is slowly awakening from its long slumber. As the hours pass, we finally reach a long, arched corridor whose ceiling is lost in shadow. The silence here is absolute, broken only by the steady drip of water and the soft rustle of our movements. I pause to look up, wondering at the origins of the grand arch and the skill it must have taken to construct such a space. The craftsmanship is exquisite, each stone carefully selected and placed in a manner that suggests ritual significance. It is a testament to the ingenuity and the dark purpose of those who built this hidden sanctuary. In the dim light, I notice that the walls of the corridor are adorned with more symbols, each one distinct yet all converging on a single theme: transformation through fear. I am struck by the intensity of their design, the way the lines and curves seem to pulsate with a life of their own. I cannot help but feel that these symbols are not static. They are active elements in the ritual, silently calling out to those who are willing to listen. My mind races with questions. Who were these people? What did they hope to achieve by tapping into the primal force of fear? And most importantly, what does it mean for us now, as we traverse the very pathways they once walked? The corridor eventually opens into a vast chamber where the air is thick with the musk of damp earth and ancient incense. Here, the relics become even more pronounced. In one corner, a cracked mirror leans against a wall, its surface reflecting a distorted image of the chamber and the dark silhouettes of my team. In another, a series of small statues, each one intricately carved and disturbingly lifelike, are arranged in a semicircular formation around a stone altar. The altar itself bears deep incisions, as though scared by countless rituals. I move closer to inspect the altar, my hand hovering over the cold, rough surface. The carvings tell a story of sacrifice and redemption, of a covenant sealed in blood and sealed by fear. It is a narrative that transcends words, evoking a visceral understanding of the forces at work. I take a deep breath and allow the enormity of the discovery to wash over me. In this chamber, I feel the full weight of history, the laughter, the sorrow, the terror, and the hope of those who came before. I know that we stand at the crossroads of destiny, where every relic is a testament to the power of memory, and every inscription a whisper from the past. Our journey has transformed from a simple expedition into a pilgrimage, a search for meaning in a world that has long since forgotten the language of its own soul. As I document these impressions, I cannot help but feel that our discoveries in this chamber are merely the prelude to a far more profound revelation. The relics, the symbols, and the mural have all been leading us toward an ultimate truth, one that lies hidden at the heart of this labyrinth. With each new discovery, the layers of secrecy peel away, exposing the dark underbelly of a ritualistic legacy that is as ancient as it is terrifying. We leave the chamber with a mix of trepidation and determination. Our minds are reeling from the implications of what we have found, and our hearts are heavy with the knowledge that we have awakened something that should have remained dormant. Yet there is no turning back. The echoes of forgotten days have drawn us into their fold, and we must now follow the path they have laid out before us. As we move forward, I keep close the memory of every relic, every inscription, every whispered secret that has brought us to this moment. I know that the labyrinth has many more secrets to reveal, and that our understanding of its true nature is only beginning to unfold. In the shifting shadows of the tunnel, I realize that our exploration is a testament to the resilience of human curiosity, a drive to understand, to remember, and to confront the mysteries that lie just beyond the edge of our comprehension. The relics and symbols we have discovered are more than mere artifacts. They are keys to a legacy that has shaped the very soul of this place. And as I write these words, I can almost hear the murmurs of those who have long since passed. A chorus of voices urging us onward, deeper into the heart of an enigma that spans generations. We press on, step by careful step, each moment drawing us further into the embrace of the labyrinth. The echoes of forgotten days surround us, a constant reminder that we are not alone. In the silence of the tunnels, amid the relics of a lost time and the symbols of an ancient ritual, we find ourselves caught between what is known and what is yet to be revealed. And though the path ahead is shrouded in darkness, our resolve remains unbroken. We will continue to seek the truth, to decipher the legacy of those who walked these halls before us, and to unearth the meaning behind the occult experiment that has bound our fates to this living labyrinth. With every step, I feel the weight of history press upon me, a history that is both beautiful and brutal, a tapestry woven with threads of hope, despair, and the indomitable human spirit. And so, as the echoes of forgotten days carry us forward into the depths of the unknown, I record these moments with reverence, knowing that our journey is but a small part of a story that has been unfolding for centuries. I had begun to suspect that the further we ventured into the labyrinth, the more the very walls conspired to reveal their secrets. Every step seemed to plunge me deeper into a realm where nothing was as it appeared and where each shadow whispered events both ancient and unfinished. The symbols that once greeted us with silent ambiguity in the early corridors now took on a sinister, almost sentient quality. They swirled along the uneven surfaces, their lines and curves catching the wavering light of our flashlights and pulsating as if alive. In that moment, I realized that this place was not merely a decaying relic of the past, but an active participant in a dark ritual of its own design. Our party advanced slowly along a narrow passageway where the damp stone was slick with condensation, and the silence was punctuated only by the measured echoes of our footsteps. Alina, who had always possessed an uncanny sensitivity to the environment, murmured that the symbols seemed to shift imperceptibly as though they were breathing. Her voice trembled with both wonder and dread, and I found myself glancing repeatedly over my shoulder, half expecting the darkness to produce some hidden observer. Marcus, ever the pragmatist, insisted that fatigue and nerves were playing tricks on our minds. Yet even he could not entirely dismiss the sensation that the labyrinth was responding to our presence, reacting to our fear. As we turned a corner, the passage abruptly opened into a vast, cavernous chamber whose ceiling disappeared into impenetrable blackness. The air here was dense with an almost palpable energy that sent shivers along my spine. At the far wall, an enormous mural dominated the space. A chaotic tapestry of symbols, contorted faces, and abstract figures engaged in an eternal dance of agony and ecstasy. I approached the mural slowly, my flashlight beam trembling over the painted surface as if afraid to reveal too much. There, in the center of the mural, was an image of a figure with eyes wide open in terror, its mouth agape in a silent scream. The sight of it sent a shock of dread through me, as if the painting itself were a warning, a prophecy of what might befall those who dared to disturb this ancient domain. A sudden, soft noise broke the heavy silence. It was a sound like the faint drip of water, yet it was irregular, almost deliberate, as if punctuating the ambient hum of the chamber. I paused, straining to catch its source. The sound seemed to emanate from the very walls, as if the stones themselves were weeping. I called out softly, "Is someone there?" But only my echo answered. My heart hammered in my chest as I realized that the mural and the shifting symbols might be more than mere decorations. They could be signals, a language that the labyrinth used to communicate its dark intent. I edged closer to the mural, my eyes fixed on the central figure. As I reached out a tentative hand toward it, the image seemed to ripple, the painted features blurring as though water had disturbed the surface. For an agonizing moment, I was convinced that the figure was alive. In that split second, a chill ran down my spine, and I jerked my hand back, my pulse roaring in my ears. Elena's voice, barely a whisper, broke through my disorientation. "These signs, they're changing. Look at the symbols. They're moving." I followed her gaze along the mural, and to my horror, I saw that several of the figures were indeed in motion. The painted eyes shifted their gaze, and a line of symbols near the bottom of the mural began to glow faintly with a light that was not our own. It was then that the turning point struck with brutal clarity. We were no longer passive intruders in a forgotten ruin, but active participants in an unfolding ritual. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Our presence had been anticipated, and the labyrinth was awakening in response to our fear. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum in the vast chamber, a steady cadence that seemed to sync with the pulsating symbols on the wall. I felt a rising panic, mingled with an unyielding determination to uncover the truth behind this living mystery. Gathering my resolve, I signaled for the team to regroup. "We need to record everything," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "This isn't just old paint and crumbling stone. It's a message." Marcus nodded, and Alina retrieved her digital recorder while I took out my notebook, determined to capture every detail. I began scribbling notes furiously, trying to document the shifting patterns and the eerie interplay of light and shadow. In that moment, the labyrinth seemed to whisper secrets into my ear, secrets that transcended time and defied simple explanation. As we worked, the chamber's oppressive silence was suddenly shattered by a sound that was both horrifying and mesmerizing. A deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the floor and seemed to emanate from the very heart of the mural. The hum grew steadily louder, resonating with the cadence of our quickened breathing, until it filled the entire chamber with a palpable, almost electric intensity. The symbols on the wall flared brighter, and I could swear that the painted eyes of the central figure now glowed with an inner fire. In that climactic moment, the boundary between the physical and the metaphysical blurred entirely, and I felt an overwhelming sense that we were standing on the threshold of something ancient and transformative. The hum reached a crescendo and then abruptly stopped, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. For several long, suspended seconds, nothing happened. Only the echo of our collective breath filled the void. Then, without warning, one of the symbols on the mural began to pulse rhythmically, its light expanding outward like ripples on a dark pond. It was as if the labyrinth itself had become aware, responding to our very presence and daring us to delve deeper into its mysteries. Elena's eyes widened with a mix of terror and awe as she whispered, "It's like it's alive." Her words hung in the air, laden with the weight of an unspoken truth. At that moment, I felt an inexplicable compulsion to follow the pulsing light. I moved toward the mural, my hand still trembling as I reached out once more. This time, when my fingers brushed against the cool surface, the sensation was electric. A jolt of energy that surged through my arm and spread through my entire body. In that instant, the mural's images transformed before my eyes. The contorted faces softened into expressions of sorrow, and the chaotic symbols arranged themselves into a pattern that resembled a map of the labyrinth itself. I stood transfixed, caught in a web of wonder and dread, as the realization slowly dawned on me that the labyrinth was not simply a physical structure, but a living, breathing entity that communicated through symbols and light. Marcus cleared his throat from behind me. "We need to be careful," he said, his voice low and urgent. "This place, if it's not just reacting to us, it's drawing us in." His words, laced with caution and concern, reminded me that our discoveries came at a dangerous price. Yet, even as I considered the risks, the lure of the unknown was irresistible. I could feel the magnetic pull of the labyrinth, urging us to venture further, to explore deeper mysteries that lay hidden in its shadowed corridors. With renewed determination, we left the cavernous chamber and retraced our steps along a winding passageway that now seemed charged with an otherworldly energy. The symbols on the walls glimmered faintly, as if guiding us toward an unknown destination. Every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a flash of color, a ripple in the darkness, only to find nothing when I turned to look directly. It was as though the labyrinth itself was playing tricks on our minds, a cruel game designed to test our resolve and sanity. As we progressed, the corridors narrowed and the air grew heavier with each step. The walls here were adorned with an even greater concentration of symbols, their intricate patterns weaving together to form what I could only describe as a cryptic language. I traced the lines with my fingertips, feeling a connection to the long, forgotten hands that had etched them into the stone. Each symbol seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and I began to suspect that they were more than mere decorations. They were the very essence of the labyrinth's sentence, its way of recording the passage of time and the ebb and flow of human emotion. A sudden, almost imperceptible sound made me freeze in my tracks. It was not the drip of water nor the rustle of our movements. It was a soft, melodic murmur that resonated with the very pulse of my heart. The sound seemed to emanate from a narrow alcove off the main corridor, beckoning us with a promise of revelation and dread. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Elena nodded, her eyes wide with apprehension. Marcus exchanged a long, troubled look with me before we cautiously approached the source of the sound. We entered the alcove, and I immediately sensed that we had stepped into a pocket of reality where time itself was distorted. The air here was cooler, and the murmur grew louder, almost like a chant, a rhythm that pulsed in perfect synchrony with the beating of my heart. I could see faint, ghost-like shapes moving in the periphery of my vision, their forms shifting and dissolving into the darkness as quickly as they appeared. The walls of the alcove were covered with an array of symbols that glowed with a soft, eerie luminescence, casting long, wavering shadows that danced on the floor. It was in this surreal moment that the true nature of the labyrinth revealed itself. As I stepped forward, the murmur coalesced into a single, clear word, a word that echoed in the recesses of my mind and sent a thrill of recognition down my spine. Fear. The word resonated with a power that transcended language, encapsulating the primal emotion that had drawn us into this forsaken place. I felt as though the labyrinth itself was speaking directly to me, urging me to confront the darkest corners of my own soul. For a brief, terrible instant, I was overcome by the realization that every moment of terror, every heartbeat of dread we had experienced thus far, had been feeding into this ancient entity. The labyrinth was harvesting our fear, transforming it into an energy that sustained its mysterious existence. The revelation shook me to my core. I staggered back, my breath coming in ragged gasps, as the full weight of what we had uncovered settled over me like a shroud. Alina reached out and gripped my arm, her eyes reflecting both empathy and terror. "We have to keep moving," she whispered urgently, her voice trembling with the realization that our exploration had irrevocably changed us. "If we stop, it will consume us." Her words were a stark reminder that we were caught in a web far older and more intricate than we had ever imagined, and that the labyrinth cared nothing for our individual fates. It was a living testament to the power of fear. With grim determination, we left the alcove and resumed our journey along the winding passageways. Every step seemed to bring us closer to the very heart of the labyrinth, where the secrets of its creation and the true nature of its living energy awaited. The symbols on the walls became ever more elaborate, and the interplay of light and shadow grew increasingly complex. I noted with a mixture of fascination and dread that some symbols were arranged in geometric patterns that suggested a cosmic design that might hold the key to understanding how the labyrinth harnessed and amplified our terror. The corridors began to twist in on themselves in seemingly impossible ways. At times, I felt that we were retracing our steps, only to find that the layout had subtly changed, as if the labyrinth was rearranging itself around us. Each turn brought a new surge of adrenaline, and the unshakable feeling that we were being watched by unseen eyes. The walls, slick with moisture and covered in ancient carvings, whispered secrets that teased at the edges of my sanity. I began to understand that the labyrinth was not static. It was a dynamic, living entity that reacted to our emotions and reshaped our reality according to its own inscrutable laws. At a critical juncture in our exploration, we came upon a narrow, arching passage that seemed to lead into utter darkness. The symbols here were different. Angular, almost aggressive in their design, as though warning intruders of an impending trial. My heart pounded as I led the group into the passage, each of us acutely aware that we were stepping into a zone where the labyrinth's power was strongest. The air grew thick with tension and the oppressive weight of unspoken memories. It was here, in this suffocating darkness, that a turning point occurred which would forever alter our understanding of the labyrinth. Halfway through the passage, the beam of my flashlight flickered, and then died, plunging us into a void of absolute black. In the pitch darkness, I could hear the ragged breaths of my companions and the steady, rhythmic pounding of my own heart. For a long, agonizing moment, time itself seemed to stop. Then, as if summoned by our collective terror, a single symbol illuminated on the wall ahead. A luminous sigil that pulsed with a vibrant, otherworldly glow. It was a sight so unnerving that I felt a cold sweat break out over my skin. The sigil, drawn with precise lines that defied decay, appeared to be the focal point of an ancient ritual. As its light grew stronger, the darkness around us receded just enough for us to see that the corridor itself was shifting, the walls bending in slow, deliberate motions. The labyrinth was alive, and it was using our fear as fuel to transform the very space around us. In that climactic moment, as the pulsating sigil cast eerie shadows that danced like malevolent spirits on the walls, I experienced a revelation that defied logic. I realized that the labyrinth was not merely a passive structure built by human hands. It was an entity that fed on our deepest terrors, a being that manipulated space and time to perpetuate an ancient rite. My mind reeled with the implications. Every moment of dread we had encountered, every whispered secret and flicker of movement, had been orchestrated to awaken this dark consciousness. In that instant, I knew that we were on the brink of an encounter that would test the very limits of our sanity. Gathering what courage I had left, I reached out toward the sigil, half in defiance and half in desperate need of understanding. My fingertips brushed against the glowing surface, and the contact sent a jolt of energy racing through me, a surge of both agony and ecstasy that left me breathless. The light from the sigil intensified, and then, as if in response to my touch, a series of images flooded my mind. I saw fleeting visions of ancient ceremonies, of hooded figures gathered in secret, and of sacrifices made in the name of a force beyond mortal comprehension. I saw the faces of those who had come before us, their expressions a mix of terror and reverence as they offered themselves to the living labyrinth. And amidst it all, I sensed the presence of the very entity that now communicated with me through symbols and visions, a presence that was as ancient as the stones themselves. The moment passed as quickly as it had come, leaving me shaken and trembling in the oppressive silence of the corridor. I staggered back, gasping for air, and my companions rushed to my side. Alina's eyes were wide with concern as she asked, "What did you see?" I struggled to put my experience into words, to convey the overwhelming sense of dread and revelation that had surged through me. It was like a memory, a history written in fear. I managed to say, my voice barely a whisper. The labyrinth is alive, and it has been waiting for us, waiting for our terror to bring it forth. My words hung in the air as a terrible understanding settled over us. Our journey was not merely an exploration of forgotten ruins, but a confrontation with a force that transcended the boundaries of life and death. We emerged from the narrow passage into a broader corridor, where the walls were once again covered in the familiar, shifting symbols. But now, every mark, every stroke of ancient ink, seemed to pulse with the weight of our encounter. I could see that the labyrinth had not only recognized our fear, but had begun to use it to reshape itself, guiding us toward the next stage of its inscrutable design. Every step we took was accompanied by an undercurrent of foreboding, as though the very stones were conspiring to lead us deeper into a mystery that defied explanation. As we pressed onward, the corridor began to curve, opening into a small, circular chamber. Here the air was thick with an almost tangible intensity, and the floor was etched with a complex array of symbols that radiated outward like the spokes of a wheel. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal upon which rested an object that immediately commanded our attention. A small, intricately carved amulet that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The amulet was unlike any relic we had encountered before. Its design was both delicate and foreboding, as if it held within it the accumulated fears of countless souls who had passed through these corridors. I reached out to touch it, and as my fingers closed around its cool surface, a sudden surge of images overwhelmed me, flashes of ritualistic gatherings, of dark incantations, and of a spectral presence that seemed to preside over it all. For a moment, I lost myself in the vortex of visions, feeling both terrified and inexplicably drawn to the relic. When I came to my senses, I realized that the amulet was not simply an artifact but a key to unlocking the deeper mysteries of the labyrinth. Marcus, noticing my dazed state, urged me to be cautious. "That thing, it's more than it appears," he said gravely. "We must consider that it might be part of the labyrinth's mechanism, a way to channel our fear into something tangible." His words, laced with both warning and fascination, underscored the notion that we were entangled in a ritual far older and more complex than we had ever imagined. The chamber, now illuminated by the soft, eerie glow of the amulet, seemed to take on a new significance. I could sense that this was a turning point, a moment when the labyrinth was offering us a glimpse into its inner workings. Every symbol etched into the stone, every whisper in the darkness, was a clue to an ancient rite that had harnessed fear as its lifeblood. As I carefully examined the amulet, I noticed that its surface bore tiny inscriptions that matched some of the symbols on the walls of the corridor we had just traversed. It was as if the amulet were a microcosm of the labyrinth itself, a condensed repository of its dark secrets. In that charged silence, as the weight of our discoveries pressed down upon us, I realized that the labyrinth was not a static relic of a bygone era, but a living, ever-changing force. It was harvesting our fear, transforming our terror into an energy that fueled its ancient rituals. And now, with the amulet in our possession, we had unwittingly become part of that cycle. A cycle that bound us to the labyrinth in ways we could scarcely comprehend. Reluctantly, we decided to leave the chamber and continue our exploration, our minds heavy with the revelations of that surreal encounter. Every step forward was imbued with an undercurrent of dread, as if the very air we breathed was charged with the echoes of ancient incantations. I could feel the labyrinth watching us, its symbols shifting and pulsing in time with our racing hearts, urging us onward to confront the full scope of its dark design. As we emerged into a long, narrow corridor that stretched into darkness, the last vestiges of the amulet's glow faded behind us. The corridor was lined with more symbols, each one telling a fragment of a story that spanned centuries. I could not shake the feeling that every symbol was a piece of a vast puzzle, one that, once completed, would reveal the true nature of the labyrinth and our role in its eternal cycle. With each careful step, I felt that our fear was not simply an emotion, but a force being collected and molded by the very essence of this place. Now, as I document these experiences in my journal, I am acutely aware that the labyrinth has become far more than a maze of stone and shadow. It is a living entity that communicates through signs, symbols, and the raw power of fear. In its depths, we have encountered more than forgotten relics and mysterious inscriptions. We have come face to face with a force that defies mortal understanding. The pulsating symbols, the eerie voices in the dark, and the shifting corridors all point to one undeniable truth: the labyrinth is alive, and it thrives on the terror it incites. In the gathering gloom of that final corridor, as our footsteps faded into the darkness and the echo of our hearts became one with the pulsing symbols on the walls, I felt a quiet certainty that our journey was far from over. The labyrinth was preparing us for something monumental, an encounter that would force us to confront not only its ancient, malevolent power, but also the deepest, darkest corners of our own souls. And in that moment, with the signs in the shadows speaking a language older than time, I understood that our fate was irrevocably intertwined with this living enigma. I close this entry with both awe and trepidation, knowing that each new symbol, each new sign, brings us closer to the heart of the labyrinth, and to the revelation that our deepest fears are the key to unlocking its most profound secrets. I had long suspected that our descent into the labyrinth was more than a reckless adventure. It was a journey toward an inevitable confrontation with forces that defied rational explanation. As we pressed further into the twisting corridors beneath the city, the air grew colder and the oppressive darkness more absolute. My heart pounded like a war drum, and with each step, the weight of the unknown pressed in from every side. It was no longer enough to document the relics and cryptic symbols. We had to choose to press on, to force our way into the heart of the mystery that beckoned us from deeper within. Our team had reached a point where retreat was not an option. Elena's eyes, wide with both determination and fear, met mine as we stood before a bifurcation in the tunnel. A junction where the path split into two distinct corridors. One path, narrow and dimly lit by our faltering flashlights, exuded a sense of desolation and imminent danger. The other, wider and lined with a series of intricately carved arches, whispered promises of revelations hidden behind layers of time and ritual. Marcus's voice, low and resolute, broke the heavy silence. "There's something in those arches. It feels deliberate. We need to see where it leads." His words left little room for hesitation. Despite the warnings our instincts screamed in the dark, we unanimously resolved to follow the wider passage, for it appeared to be a deliberate construct, rather than a natural extension of decay. We moved cautiously into the arched corridor, our footsteps echoing against smooth stone floors that seemed almost unnaturally maintained amid the surrounding ruin. The walls were adorned with rows of carvings, each one depicting abstract patterns interwoven, with symbols reminiscent of those we had seen earlier. The carvings were precise, as if etched by the careful hand of someone who intended to communicate a secret message. I found myself tracing one of the symbols with trembling fingers, and in that moment, I felt a sudden surge of energy. A connection, as if the stone itself was alive with memories of an age long past. It was here that the first clear sign of organized ritual revealed itself. Near the far end of the corridor, an alcove opened into a small chamber where the ambient light from our flashlights revealed a meticulously arranged setup. In the center of the room, on a pedestal of polished stone, lay an object that captured my attention immediately, a circular mirror framed by intricate metalwork, its surface pristine despite the surrounding decay. Surrounding the mirror were concentric patterns etched into the floor, resembling a mandala of symbols that pulsed with a subtle luminescence. The deliberate nature of the arrangement struck me like a bolt of lightning. This was no accident of time, but the remnant of a carefully performed rite. I stepped forward slowly, my breath shallow, as I circled the pedestal with my team close behind. Elena was the first to speak, her voice soft and awed. This must have been used for a ritual, perhaps to invoke something, or to record a communion with whatever lies beneath. Marcus examined the carvings along the floor, noting that they formed a pattern that seemed to shift when observed from different angles. "Look at how the symbols interlock," he said, his tone both analytical and uneasy. "It's as if they're designed to channel energy, maybe even our own energy." I could feel a chill creep up my spine as I considered his words. The mirror, the carvings, the very architecture of this chamber was imbued with a purpose that extended far beyond simple decoration. After a long, silent moment of contemplation, I knelt before the mirror and reached out to touch its surface. The cool, smooth glass sent an electric thrill through my fingertips. In that instant, I felt a subtle vibration, as though the mirror resonated with the rhythm of my heartbeat. For a fraction of a second, the reflection in the mirror was not my own. Instead, I saw fleeting images of hooded figures, their faces obscured by shadow, performing a ritual under a sky filled with unfamiliar constellations. The vision was disjointed and rapid, a collage of moments that left me both mesmerized and deeply unsettled. I pulled my hand away, my mind reeling with the implications. This was no mere trick of light. It was as if the mirror had served as a conduit between our world and another, one defined by ancient rites and unfathomable power. Marcus's steady voice brought me back to the present. "We have to document this," he insisted, already reaching for his camera. Elena, ever the scholar of the occult, began noting down the arrangement of symbols in her battered notebook. I, too, scribbled furiously, trying to capture every detail. The angles of the carvings, the texture of the stone, and the eerie interplay of light and shadow. It was clear that our expedition had taken on a new dimension. We were no longer merely exploring abandoned tunnels, but were actively participating in an unfolding ritual that transcended time. The decision to push forward into the heart of the labyrinth came with an almost palpable sense of inevitability. With the mirror and its surrounding chamber etched indelibly in our minds, we left the alcove and rejoined the main corridor. The path ahead seemed to narrow once again, twisting into a labyrinthine route that promised both danger and revelation. I led the way, my hand gripping the flashlight as if it were a talisman against the encroaching darkness. Every step felt weighted with the gravity of our discoveries. The mirror, the symbols, the inexplicable energy that we had just witnessed. It was as though we were following a predestined route, laid out by unseen hands, a path that would eventually lead us to the very core of this ancient experiment. The corridor began to undulate subtly, the stone walls curving and bending in ways that defied normal architectural logic. I could not help but feel that we were no longer in control of our surroundings. The labyrinth was actively reshaping itself, responding to our presence and perhaps even to our mounting fear. At intervals, I would catch glimpses of strange formations in the rock, patterns that seemed to mimic the symbols we had seen earlier, only now arranged in geometric precision. They pulsed with a soft, inner light, as if the very walls were alive and breathing. Elena remarked in a hushed tone, "It's as if the corridor is guiding us." directing our steps with every twist and turn. Her words resonated with a truth that was hard to deny. We were not simply wandering through a forgotten underground network. We were being led on a pilgrimage towards something both terrible and profound. The deeper we ventured, the more the environment began to evoke a sense of ritualistic order. In one section of the corridor, we discovered a series of niches carved into the wall, each containing a small, altar-like structure. Some held ancient vases filled with dried, unidentifiable herbs. Others contained charred remnants of what might have once been offerings. The deliberate placement of these objects suggested that they were part of a larger, coherent ritual, one that had been performed with precision and purpose. I paused before one of the altars, studying the arrangement with a mix of scientific curiosity and visceral dread. These altars were used to channel something. I murmured, more to myself than to my companions. They're like anchors for a ritual energy that has endured long after its creators vanished. At that moment, a turning point emerged. As I spoke, a low, rhythmic sound began to emanate from deep within the corridor. A sound that resonated like the steady beating of a giant drum. It was slow, deliberate, and filled the space with a hypnotic quality that compelled us to listen. The sound seemed to rise from the very walls themselves, as if the ancient stone had taken on a voice. Marcus, always the practical one, frowned and said, "That sound, it's almost like it's part of the ritual, like the heartbeat of the labyrinth." The idea chilled me to the core. If the labyrinth was alive, as our experiences suggested, then its heartbeat was a pulse that measured the very life force of the place. And now, that pulse was guiding us forward. Compelled by a mix of dread and determination, we followed the sound down a narrow, winding passage that led us away from the familiar chambers. The rhythmic drumming grew louder, its cadence becoming more insistent with each step. The corridor here was barely wide enough to allow us to walk side by side, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something acrid that I could not place. Every so often, the drumming would be punctuated by a sudden silence, as if the labyrinth were pausing to listen to its own heartbeat. In those moments of eerie quiet, I felt the weight of countless unseen eyes upon us, judging and recording every movement, every whisper of fear. We eventually emerged into a vast, vaulted hall whose ceiling soared high above us, lost in shadows. The drumming had become a deep, resonant pulse that vibrated through the stone floor and into our very bones. Here, the architecture was unlike anything we had encountered before. The walls were smooth and polished, adorned with a series of bas relief carvings that depicted scenes of ritual sacrifice and cosmic alignment. Figures in hooded robes appeared to be in the midst of ceremonies that blended the natural with the supernatural. I could make out gestures of invocation, of offerings being made to entities beyond mortal understanding. The imagery was both beautiful and horrifying, a testament to a belief system that harnessed terror as a source of power. In the center of the hall stood a large, circular dais, its surface engraved with an elaborate pattern that radiated outward like the ripples of a disturbed pond. The rhythmic drumming seemed to converge upon this dais, its beat intensifying as if the structure itself were the heart of the labyrinth. I approached slowly, each step measured and cautious. On the dais lay an arrangement of objects that seemed to be freshly placed. A central bowl filled with a dark, viscous liquid, surrounded by a ring of candles that had long since burned low. The bowl's surface shimmered in the faint light, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, inviting me to peer into its depths. Elena's voice broke the silence. "This is the epicenter of the ritual. Everything here is arranged to focus the labyrinth's energy. We're standing in the very core of its power." Her words carried the weight of both revelation and warning. As I stood before the dais, I sensed that the labyrinth was preparing to reveal yet another layer of its ancient design. The rhythmic drumming reached a feverish pitch, and I felt a surge of energy radiate from the bowl. For a moment, the liquid in its depths began to swirl, forming patterns that mimicked the symbols we had encountered in previous chambers. It was as if the bowl were a microcosm of the labyrinth, reflecting back to us the chaotic interplay of ritual and fear that had driven us this far. I could feel my pulse quicken as I contemplated the implications. This was no mere artifact. It was a focal point of a power that spanned millennia, an altar upon which countless sacrifices had been made. Marcus stepped forward, his eyes scanning the hall with a mixture of awe and caution. "We need to document every detail," he said, his tone resolute yet tinged with trepidation. "These symbols, the arrangement of the objects, they're all part of a ritual that is still echoing through these walls. Our task now is to understand the purpose behind it, to decipher what the labyrinth has been trying to tell us all along." Elena nodded in agreement, already pulling out additional equipment from her pack. In that moment, we all understood that the decision to press on was not simply about uncovering forgotten history. It was about facing the dark heart of the labyrinth and confronting the legacy of fear that had animated it for centuries. The intensity of the hall was almost overwhelming, and as we moved to record the intricate details of the dais and its surrounding carvings, I felt a strange mixture of liberation and despair. The deeper we ventured into these depths, the more I realized that the labyrinth was not just a repository of ancient artifacts, but a living, evolving entity that fed on our terror and our curiosity. Every symbol, every carved figure, every carefully placed object was a piece of a grand puzzle that spanned the ages. And now, standing at the epicenter of that ritual, I knew that we had reached a turning point, a moment when our journey could no longer be confined to the role of mere explorers. We were now participants in an ancient rite, caught in a cycle that transcended time and reason. I lingered at the edge of the dais, my eyes fixed on the swirling patterns within the bowl. A sudden thought gripped me, a realization that the labyrinth was not only harvesting our fear, but also transforming it, using our own emotions as the fuel for its ancient power. It was a terrifying notion, one that left me both exhilarated and deeply unsettled. In that moment, I made a silent vow. No matter the cost, I would see this journey through to its end, even if it meant confronting the very essence of fear itself. With our recordings and notes secured, we reluctantly left the vaulted hall and began our cautious retreat back into the winding corridors. Yet, even as we retraced our steps, the memory of the hall's overwhelming power remained with me, a constant reminder that we had only just begun to scratch the surface of the labyrinth's secrets. The echo of the drumming, the pulsing of the cymbals, and the shimmering depths of the bowl were all imprinted on my mind, urging me to return and delve deeper into the mysteries that lay ahead. As we resumed our march through the maze like passageways, the corridor itself seemed to shift once more. The walls, previously smooth and polished, now bore the marks of struggle, scratches and gouges that spoke of ancient conflicts and the desperate attempts of previous wanderers to escape, or perhaps to appease the labyrinth. I could feel the tension in the air mounting with every step. The further we advanced, the more it became apparent that the labyrinth was guiding us towards something inexorable, a destiny intertwined with its own malevolent design. In a narrow section of the passage, where the ceiling arched low and the space was confined, I noticed that the symbols on the wall had changed yet again. They now depicted scenes of sacrifice and transcendence, with figures reaching upward as if in supplication or desperate prayer. The imagery stirred a deep, primal fear in me, an acknowledgement that the labyrinth was not simply an inert structure, but a repository of ancient power and human suffering. I paused to study the carvings, my mind awash with conflicting emotions. It was clear that these symbols were meant to inspire both awe and terror, to force the onlooker to confront the inevitable truth that in the depths of the earth, time and terror merged into a single, unyielding force. The corridor eventually opened into a long, narrow tunnel that descended even further into darkness. Here, the air was so cold and still that it seemed to muffle the sound of our footsteps. Every breath we took was a reminder of the isolation and the silent, watchful presence of the labyrinth. I could sense that. Ahead lay a new phase of our journey, a phase that would force us to confront the labyrinth on a level that transcended human understanding. It was as if the very architecture of the tunnel was designed to test our resolve, to see whether we were worthy of unlocking the final secrets hidden within its ancient walls. With heavy hearts but unwavering determination, we continued onward. I kept thinking about the choices we had made. The decision to follow the illuminated arches, the deliberate pursuit of a ritual that had been hidden for centuries. I understood now that every step we took, every moment of fear and wonder, was part of a cycle that had been set in motion long before we arrived. The labyrinth was alive, and it had chosen us to bear witness to its dark and mysterious legacy. As we moved deeper into the tunnel, the walls began to close in around us, and I felt a suffocating pressure that was both physical and metaphysical. The sense of impending revelation mingled with a deep-seated dread. I could no longer tell where the tunnel ended and where the labyrinth's consciousness began. Every sound, every whisper of wind, and every flicker of light seemed to carry a message, a warning, perhaps, of the dangers that awaited us. Yet, even in the midst of this oppressive uncertainty, there was a part of me that felt compelled to push forward, driven by an insatiable need to understand the truth behind this ancient rite. The descent into these depths had transformed us. No longer were we merely urban explorers driven by curiosity. We had become seekers of an archaic wisdom, bound by the realization that the labyrinth's power was inexorably linked to the essence of fear itself. As I pressed onward, I vowed to record every detail, every heartbeat of the ancient pulse that resonated through these underground corridors. For in this journey, our own terror was as much a part of the labyrinth as the stones and symbols that surrounded us. Even now, as I set down these words in the dim glow of my flashlight, I can still hear the echo of the drumming, the soft murmur of the ancient ritual that guides us forward into the unknown. I know that our fate is sealed with every step we take into these depths, and that the labyrinth's secrets will soon demand their due. The darkness ahead is absolute, yet I walk on, driven by a mixture of dread and determination, knowing that the answers we seek, and the horrors we may yet face, are waiting just beyond the next bend. And so, with my heart pounding and my mind alight with both fear and wonder, I continue onward into the depths of the labyrinth. I am resolved to uncover the hidden truths behind its shifting corridors, to confront the ancient rites that have shaped this place, and to bear witness to the legacy of terror and hope that has echoed through these underground halls for centuries. Each step is a step into a realm where time, fear, and destiny converge, and I know that whatever awaits us at the end of this journey will forever change the way we understand the power of the unknown. I remember the moment we stumbled upon it, as if it were etched into my memory in stark, unforgettable detail. We had been following one of the labyrinth's many branching corridors for what felt like hours, each twist and turn accompanied by the echo of our hesitant footsteps, the constant drip of unseen water, and a mounting sense of foreboding that had grown with every step. The passage we were exploring had narrowed unexpectedly, and as we rounded a bend, the beam of my flashlight caught something unusual, a nearly imperceptible seam in the wall, as if a hidden door had been carved flush with the ancient stone. I exchanged a glance with Elena, whose eyes widened with both curiosity and fear. Marcus was the first to step forward, his usual calm determination overriding any trepidation as he pressed his hand against the wall. With a series of cautious, deliberate movements, he discovered that the surface gave slightly, revealing a gap that led to darkness beyond. "I think we've found something," he murmured. The thrill of discovery mingled with the chill of apprehension as we realized that we had, perhaps unwittingly, uncovered a secret passage, a hidden chamber that had been sealed away from the rest of the labyrinth for unknown reasons. We pushed aside a crumbling stone slab to reveal a narrow doorway. The entrance was shrouded in shadows, and an unearthly silence reigned on the other side. Compelled by equal measures of dread and fascination, we stepped through the threshold. Almost immediately, the atmosphere changed. The oppressive darkness of the corridors gave way to a vast, vaulted room that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. Flickering shadows played along the walls, and the air was heavy with the scent of ancient incense and long, forgotten memories. The hidden chamber was a startling contrast to the rest of the labyrinth. Here, the decay and abandonment we had grown accustomed to were replaced by a careful, almost sacred arrangement of objects and symbols. At the center of the chamber stood an ornate stone altar, its surface meticulously carved with archaic runes and depictions of ritual sacrifice. Surrounding the altar, arranged in a deliberate pattern, were a series of relic-tarnished chalices, rusted ceremonial daggers, and brittle scrolls whose faded ink hinted at secrets of occult experiments. The sight of these artifacts sent shivers down my spine. It was as though we had inadvertently stepped into the very heart of an ancient rite, one that had been performed here in secrecy, hidden away from prying eyes. For a long, breathless moment, we simply stood there, absorbing the gravity of the discovery. Elena, ever the scholar of the arcane, approached the altar first. "This isn't just a room," she whispered, reverence lacing every syllable. "It's a sanctum. A place where rituals were performed to invoke or perhaps even bind a power beyond our understanding." I could see the tension in her eyes as she carefully examined one of the brittle scrolls, its contents a jumble of cryptic symbols and incantations that defied easy interpretation. Marcus, ever pragmatic even in the midst of such wonder, circled the perimeter of the chamber, his flashlight beam pausing over a peculiar arrangement of relics set into the floor. "Look here," he said, crouching down to reveal a series of meticulously arranged symbols in a circular pattern. "This looks like it was designed to channel energy, a focus for a ritual, perhaps even a mechanism to trigger something." His tone was serious, and I sensed that he, too, understood the weight of what we had uncovered. We were no longer mere explorers. We had become participants in a narrative that spanned centuries, caught in a web of occult experimentation and ancient rites. It was in that moment that the turning point of our expedition became undeniable. As I stood before the altar, I realized that every step we had taken, from the moment we first entered the labyrinth to this very instant, had led us here, to this secret space where the past and the present converged in a single, breathless moment of revelation. I could feel my pulse quicken as I slowly stepped closer to the altar, my hand trembling as I reached out to trace the intricate carvings etched into the stone. Each groove and notch told a story of sacrifices made in darkness, of rituals designed to bridge the mortal realm with forces far older and more mysterious than our own. Then, without warning, a low sound resonated from deep within the hidden chamber. A sound like the murmur of an incantation recited in a forgotten tongue. It began softly, barely audible over the pounding of my own heart, and then gradually grew louder, filling the room with its eerie cadence. The sound seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves, as if the ancient stone were speaking a language lost to time. In that instant, I felt a presence behind me, a spectral observer whose unseen eyes bore into my soul. I turned slowly, half expecting to see a figure materialize from the shadows, but there was nothing, only the echo of that mysterious murmur. My companions sensed the shift as well. Elena's hand went to her chest as if to steady herself, and Marcus's eyes narrowed, his body tensing for action. The chamber, which had already exuded an atmosphere of solemn ritual, now pulsed with an undercurrent of danger. I realized that we had triggered something, an activation of the chamber's long, dormant energies. The relics on the altar began to tremble ever so slightly, and a cool draft, carrying whispers that I could almost decipher, swept through the room. At that moment, the true horror of our situation revealed itself. One of the team members, a quiet, unassuming explorer who had been documenting our progress with a small video camera, suddenly vanished. One moment he was there, his face illuminated by the flickering beam of his light, and the next, he had disappeared into the darkness that clung to the far side of the chamber. Panic surged through me as I cried out his name, my voice echoing off the stone walls. Elena and Marcus rushed toward the spot where he had been, their faces masks of disbelief and fear. but there was no sign of him. Only the lingering echo of his last, terrified gasp, fading into the oppressive silence. We were faced with a terrifying reality. The hidden chamber was not a mere relic of the past, but an active participant in a ritual that had claimed lives before. The chamber had its own will, a dark, insidious force that could pluck a soul from the living in an instant. In the aftermath of his disappearance, our conversation became frantic whispers. It wasn't an accident, Marcus insisted, his voice shaking with a mix of anger and despair. Something in here is drawing people in, using our fear, our own energy, to feed its ancient purpose. Elena, tears glistening in her eyes, nodded. "We need to get out," she said, her tone resolute despite the terror that clutched at her heart. "But if we leave now, we may never understand what we found." The chamber itself seemed to respond to our turmoil. The relics rattled softly on the altar, as if stirred by an unseen hand, and the low murmur of the incantation swelled to a more insistent tone. I felt the air thicken, the shadows deepening around us, and I knew that our next decision would shape not only our fate, but the legacy of the labyrinth itself. I took a deep, shuddering breath and forced myself to focus. "We have to document everything," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "If we don't, then his disappearance, everything we've witnessed, will be lost to the shadows. We need to record these symbols, the layout of the chamber, every detail. This might be the key to understanding the ritual that's been performed here for centuries." Reluctantly, and with the weight of grief heavy in our hearts, we set about our task. Marcus carefully arranged his camera on a rock, angling it toward the altar and the surrounding symbols. Elena took out her notebook and began jotting down every detail, the arrangement of the relics, the patterns etched into the floor, and the almost imperceptible shifts in the ambient light that seemed to dance over the ancient stone. I focused on the altar itself, running my hand along the carved runes as I tried to commit their shapes to memory. Every stroke of the chisel, every faded mark, seemed to vibrate with the echoes of past ceremonies. As we worked, the low incantation continued, a persistent reminder that we were not alone. The sound seemed to seep into our minds, stirring memories of forgotten rites and lost souls. At one point, the trembling of the relics on the altar grew so intense that a small, ornate chalice toppled over, shattering against the stone floor. The sound of breaking glass was jarring, and for a brief moment, the incantation faltered. In that silence, I felt a surge of desperation, as if the chamber itself were warning us of the consequences of our intrusion. Yet, even as we recorded every detail, I could not shake the feeling that we were being observed by forces beyond our comprehension. Every time I looked toward the shadows, I caught fleeting glimpses of movement, a flash of a dark silhouette, a whisper of a figure that vanished as quickly as it appeared. My mind raced with possibilities. Had our missing companion been claimed by an ancient spirit, or was he simply lost in the endless maze of corridors? The uncertainty gnawed at me, each unanswered question fueling a mounting dread that threatened to overwhelm us. Time lost all meaning in that hidden chamber. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours as we labored to piece together the story that the relics and symbols were trying to tell. Elena, with trembling fingers, deciphered one of the brittle scrolls. Its text was fragmented, yet a single passage stood out. A passage describing a rite of passage in which the living were offered to awaken an ancient power. The words sent a chill through Mare. It spoke of fear as both sacrifice and sustenance, a cycle in which every soul drawn into the chamber contributed to the dark energy that animated it. I could no longer deny the terrible truth. Our presence had not been accidental. We were unwitting participants in a rite that had been set in motion long before any of us arrived, and the chamber had now claimed one of us to complete its cycle. Desperation began to mix with our resolve. Marcus's eyes, steeled with determination, met mine as he said, "We have two choices. We can try to retrace our steps and leave this place, or we can push forward into the heart of the mystery and try to understand what exactly the labyrinth wants from us." His voice was resolute, yet I could see the flicker of fear behind his determined gaze. Elena's response was quiet but forceful. "If we leave now, we'll be haunted by this forever. We need to know what it all means. If there's even a chance to reverse what's happened." It was a choice no one wanted to make. Yet in that moment, we understood that ignorance was not an option. We had to confront the dark legacy of the labyrinth head on, even if it meant risking everything. The chamber, as if in response to our decision, seemed to pulse with renewed intensity. The incantation rose once more, and the shadows in the corners deepened, coalescing into forms that danced at the edge of our vision. I felt as though the very air was charged with the energy of countless souls. A chorus of voices from ages past, all pleading for release or redemption. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized that this hidden chamber was not simply a relic of occult experimentation, but a living, breathing archive of the labyrinth's dark history. Gathering our remaining courage, we decided to search the chamber for any clues that might help us unravel its mysteries. I led the way, my hand clutching the notebook as I retraced the lines of the inscriptions on the altar. Every symbol, every groove in the stone, seemed to carry a weight that transcended time. In one corner of the room, partially obscured by a tattered tapestry of shadows, I discovered a small compartment built into the wall. With trembling fingers, I pried it open. Inside lay a collection of items. A delicate silver key, a faded leather-bound journal, and several pages of handwritten notes that chronicled the final days of an occult order. The journal's pages, yellowed with age, were filled with frantic scrawlings, desperate pleas to a power that had consumed its authors. One entry in particular caught my attention. It described how the labyrinth was constructed not only to contain, but to nurture a living ritual, a rite that harvested the raw energy of human fear to sustain itself across the ages. The discovery of these items was a turning point that both horrified and compelled us. The silver key, its surface etched with symbols similar to those on the altar, seemed to promise access to a deeper part of the labyrinth, a place where the ritual reached its ultimate climax. Elena's eyes shone with a mixture of hope and trepidation as she whispered, "This key, it might unlock the next phase of the rite. It might even allow us to free our friend, or, at the very least, understand what fate has been sealed for him." Marcus examined the journal with a furrowed brow, his mind racing to connect the scattered clues into a coherent narrative. "It's as if every piece of this chamber was designed to draw us in, to make us complicit in a cycle of terror that spans centuries," he said quietly. "And now, we're faced with the choice of whether to break that cycle or to be swallowed whole by it." The weight of that choice pressed upon me as I looked around the hidden chamber. At the altar that bore the scars of ancient rituals, the relics that testified to sacrifices made in the dark, and the very key that promised further revelations, I knew that we were standing on the brink of something monumental, a threshold that separated the known from the unknowable. Our hearts pounded in unison, and the chamber itself seemed to hold its breath as if anticipating our decision. In the end, we resolved to move forward, with the silver key in hand and the journal clutched tightly against my chest. We made our way to a narrow passage at the rear of the chamber that we had not yet explored. The passage was barely wide enough to allow us to pass in a single file, and the light from our flashlights revealed walls that were smoother and more carefully chiseled than anywhere else in the labyrinth. It was as if we were being led into a sanctum that had been preserved in pristine condition, a hidden repository for the culmination of the ancient rite. As we advanced, the atmosphere grew even colder, and a palpable sense of anticipation filled the narrow corridor. Every step echoed like a heartbeat, and I felt as though the very stone was alive with the memory of countless sacrifices. The silver key, heavy and insistent in my pocket, seemed to vibrate with a quiet energy, urging us onward. At the far end of the passage, we came upon a massive iron door bound by ornate hinges and embossed with the same cryptic symbols that adorned the altar. It was clear that this door was no ordinary barrier. It was the threshold to the next phase of the ritual, a gateway that would test our resolve and perhaps even our very sanity. With a mixture of dread and determination, I inserted the silver key into the lock. The mechanism groaned under the weight of centuries as the key turned slowly, and for a moment, the entire labyrinth seemed to hold its breath. When the door finally creaked open, a rush of cold air and the faint scent of burning incense spilled forth, carrying with it the echoes of long-forgotten incantations. Beyond the door lay a vast, circular chamber bathed in an eerie, phosphorescent glow. This was the heart of the hidden chamber, a sanctum where the ancient rite had been perfected and where the labyrinth's true nature was revealed. Inside the circular chamber, the walls were lined with niches that held relics even more mysterious than those we had seen before. Crystal vials containing viscous liquids that shimmered like captured starlight, ceremonial masks with features both terrifying and sublime, and stacks of ancient manuscripts bound in cracked leather. In the center of the room stood a raised dais upon which rested an elaborate effigy. A figure draped in tattered robes, its face obscured by a mask that bore an expression of eternal anguish. The effigy was surrounded by a ring of candles that burned with an unearthly blue flame, their light dancing across the walls in hypnotic patterns. I felt a surge of both hope and despair as I stepped closer to the dais. This chamber, more than any other we had encountered, seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the labyrinth. The living archive of its rituals, its sacrifices, and its dark promises. Elena moved to examine the manuscripts, her fingers trembling as she carefully turned each brittle page. Marcus circled the dais, his eyes darting over every detail, as if searching for a hidden meaning in the effigy's tortured features. And I, standing before the altar of secrets, felt the full force of the labyrinth's legacy pressing down upon me. A legacy built on fear, devotion, and the unyielding pursuit of forbidden power. In that moment, I understood that the hidden chamber was not merely a repository of relics, but a crucible where the labyrinth's ancient energy was both stored and renewed. We had become participants in a ritual that spanned centuries, a cycle in which every act of fear and every spark of hope fed the insatiable hunger of the labyrinth. And as I gazed upon the effigy, I knew that our fate was inextricably linked to this dark, living force. We spent what felt like an eternity in that circular chamber, documenting every symbol, every whispered incantation, every relic that spoke of a time when the labyrinth was the epicenter of a grand, occult experiment. With the silver key and the journal as our guides, we resolved to press further into the labyrinth's depths, determined to unravel the mystery of its dark design and, perhaps, find a way to break the cycle of terror that had already claimed one of our own. As I conclude this entry, my hands still tremble from the overwhelming events of the past few hours. The hidden chamber has revealed its secrets to us, but it has also shown us that our journey is far from over. The labyrinth is a living entity, its every stone, every shadow, and every relic a testament to an ancient rite that continues to draw strength from the fear of those who dare to explore its depths. I can only hope that by recording our experiences, by deciphering the clues left by those who came before us, we might one day find a way to confront, and perhaps even conquer, the dark power that rules this underground realm. With a heavy heart and a steely resolve, I close this entry, knowing that the hidden chamber has changed us forever. The labyrinth beckons us onward, and there is no turning back. Our fates are sealed in the intricate web of ancient rituals and whispered incantations, and as we continue our descent, I can only pray that we will emerge from these depths with our souls intact. I had grown accustomed to the oppressive silence and uncanny shifts of the labyrinth, but nothing had prepared me for the sudden emptiness that swallowed one of us whole. We had been moving cautiously along a narrow corridor whose walls pulsed with ancient symbols when a bloodling scream cut through the steady rhythm of our footsteps. In an instant, the world around me fractured. Where moments before my closest companion, Daniel, had walked beside us with quiet determination, there was now only a void. A gap in the procession, a silence so profound it roared in my ears. For a heartbeat, Time itself seemed to slow, as if the labyrinth had paused to mark our collective horror. I stopped dead in my tracks, my mind reeling from the shock. "Daniel," I called out, my voice trembling as it echoed off the cold stone walls. My words vanished into the darkness with no reply. At the same moment, Elena's eyes widened and Marcus's steady expression faltered. We all instinctively knew that something was wrong. Something beyond the ordinary hazards of a derelict underground network. I retraced our steps, heart pounding, as we tried to locate the source of that unearthly scream. The corridor stretched out before us like an endless tunnel of despair, its walls adorned with the same cryptic symbols we had seen earlier, but now they seemed to writhe with an urgency that was almost predatory. "He was right behind me," Marcus said, his voice low and edged with disbelief. "One moment he was there, and the next, nothing." Elena clutched her notebook to her chest, as if it could shield her from the encroaching dread. We began a frantic search, calling his name over and over, our voices merging with the faint sound of dripping water and the distant echo of our own footsteps. Every corner of the corridor, every recess in the ancient stone, seemed to harbor the possibility of Daniel's presence, or a trick of the light meant to lure us deeper into the labyrinth's treacherous embrace. My mind raced. Had he been taken by the living maze? Was it merely a misstep in the shifting corridors, or was something far more sinister at work? I forced myself to focus. I recalled the clues that had led us here, the pulsing symbols that had once guided our steps, the eerie incantations that echoed in hidden alcoves, and the oppressive force that had always seemed to monitor our progress. Now, with Daniel missing, those elements coalesced into a single, horrifying possibility. The labyrinth itself was not just a passive structure, but an active, malevolent force that could claim one of us without warning. Marcus and I took the lead, our flashlights cutting through the darkness as we scoured the corridor for any sign of a disturbance. Elena followed close behind, her usually calm demeanor shattered by fear. Every step we took seemed to reverberate with the weight of our failure to protect one of our own. The symbols on the walls, once fascinating relics of a bygone era, now loomed over us like accusatory eyes, judging our intrusion into a domain that was never meant for mortal trespassers. We came upon a section of the passageway that had previously seemed ordinary. Narrow bend with a slight dip in the floor that, in another life, might have been considered an architectural quirk. Today, however, it reeked of malevolence. The stone was slick with moisture, and shadows clung to every crevice. I shone my light along the wall, desperate to find any clue, any scrap of evidence that Daniel had passed this way. Instead, I found only a deep gouge in the stone, as if something had been forcibly dragged along its surface. "Look at this," I whispered, my voice catching on the word. Marcus knelt beside the mark, his fingers brushing over its jagged edge. "It wasn't made by any of us," he murmured. "It's too deliberate. A sign that something here took him." A cold dread settled over us as we followed the trail, our search growing increasingly desperate. Every now and then, the corridor would twist unexpectedly, its geometry shifting so subtly that it was impossible to tell whether we were retracing our steps or being led to a new, unknown region of the labyrinth. The very walls seemed to conspire against us, their shifting inscriptions a mocking reminder of our helplessness. Elena's recorder captured every hushed exchange and every echo of our frantic pleas, as if preserving our descent into madness for an audience we could neither see nor comprehend. As we advanced, the ambient lighting grew fainter, and the silence was punctuated by the softest of sounds. A rustle, a whisper, a distant heartbeat that might have been our own. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched by unseen eyes, that the labyrinth itself was scrutinizing our every move. Every shadow appeared to hide a threat. Every gust of stale air carried with it the faint scent of decay and dread. It was as if the very atmosphere had grown sentient, a silent sentinel ensuring that no one escaped the labyrinth's clutches unscathed. We reached an intersection where the passage split into multiple paths. My mind reeled with possibilities. One path might lead to Daniel, while another might plunge us further into a snare from which there was no escape. The decision weighed heavily on us, each route a gamble between hope and doom. "We need to stay together," I insisted, though even as I said it, a part of me wondered if the labyrinth intended for us to fracture, to become lost in its many twisting corridors. Marcus eyed the diverging paths with measured caution. "I think we should take the left branch," he said slowly. "It seems to have fewer disturbances on the walls." Elena hesitated, then nodded in agreement, and so, with hearts heavy and minds clouded by fear, we moved as one down the chosen passage. The corridor soon narrowed further, forcing us into a single file, and each step felt like a descent into the unknown. I led the group, my senses heightened to every slight shift in temperature, every echo that did not belong. The silence was broken only by our labored breathing and the occasional creak of ancient stone settling around us. In that oppressive quiet, I began to sense a pattern, a faint vibration in the air that seemed to emanate from deep within the labyrinth. It was rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat, and it quickened in pace as we drew nearer. I could not help but feel that this was the labyrinth's pulse, its way of measuring our fear, our desperation, our very life force. At a bend in the passage, we came upon a small alcove where the light of our flashlights revealed an array of symbols more intricate and foreboding than any we had seen before. They were etched deeply into the stone, their edges worn smooth by time yet, still exuding an aura of undeniable power. I knelt beside one of the inscriptions, tracing its curves with a trembling finger as if attempting to decipher its meaning through touch. "These symbols, they tell a story," I said softly, though I wasn't sure if I believed even my own words. "A story of sacrifice, of fear, and of a debt that must be paid." Marcus placed a hand on my shoulder, his gaze fixed on the symbols, as if searching for an answer that lay hidden within their ancient script. Then, without warning, a sudden noise, a rustling that was neither wind nor the scurry of a rodent, cut through the stillness. It was a sound that should not have been there, a sound that spoke of movement in the darkness. My pulse spiked as I whirled around, flashlight raised high, its beam slicing through the gloom. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker, a flash of movement at the edge of the light, like a silhouette vanishing into the black. "Did you see that?" I demanded, my voice raw with panic. Marcus frowned and checked his own light, but the corridor appeared empty. Elena's hand tightened around mine, and in that moment, we all felt the crushing certainty that the labyrinth was both alive and malevolent. The panic that had begun with Daniel's disappearance now spread like wildfire through our small group. Every shadow became suspect, every echo of our footsteps now sounded like the approaching tread of something not human. We quickened our pace, our voices overlapping in urgent whispers as we scoured the passageway for any sign of our missing friend. At every turn, I searched for his familiar face in the dark, for the sound of his steady breathing amidst the cacophony of our collective terror. But the labyrinth offered nothing but silence and the relentless pressure of its ancient stone corridors. It wasn't long before we reached a wider chamber, where the ceiling arched high overhead, its surface lost in darkness. The room was sparsely lit by a diffuse glow that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. In the center of the chamber, a shallow pool of water collected in a natural depression of the floor, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the dim light in a mirror-like sheen. I paused at the edge of the pool, my eyes scanning the reflection as if it might reveal some clue to Daniel's fate. For a moment, the water rippled softly, distorting the image into ghostly shapes, and I could swear that a face I recognized all too well, flickered in the shimmering surface before vanishing again. A cold sweat broke out over my skin as I realized that the labyrinth was not simply hiding our friend, but that it might be using his image as another piece in its terrible puzzle. Marcus crouched by the water's edge, examining the ripples with a critical eye. "There's something here," he murmured, almost to himself. "This pool, it's not natural. It's as if it's been deliberately formed to capture something." "Elena," standing beside me, shuddered as she whispered, "It's as if our friend is calling to us from within it." The idea was both absurd and terrifying. A final, cruel twist of fate in Labyrinth transformed a human life into yet another macabre symbol of its power. We argued briefly over what to do next. Whether to wade into the pool, to follow another corridor, or to call out again for Daniel. I felt the weight of the decision crushing me, knowing that every moment wasted could mean another life consumed by the labyrinth's insatiable hunger. In the end, desperation won over caution. "We have to try," I said, my voice resolute despite the quiver of fear that ran through it. "We can't let him be lost to this place. We need to find him, even if it means facing whatever horror lies beneath that water." With no other clear option, we removed our shoes and waded slowly into the chilly pool, the water clinging to our skin and seeping into our bones as we moved toward the center. Every step was agonizingly slow, the water's surface distorting our reflections into grotesque parodies. I strained my eyes, trying to spot any sign of movement beneath the glassy veneer. The silence below the surface was absolute, broken only by the faint echo of our own heartbeats. And then, as if in answer to our silent pleas, a shadow passed beneath me. I jerked my head upward, shining my light into the dark depths, and for a split second, I glimpsed a hand. Pale, trembling, and reaching upward, as if beckoning for rescue. "Daniel!" I cried out, my voice barely audible over the rush of blood in my ears. But when the light returned to its steady beam, the hand was gone, leaving only swirling patterns of sediment in its wake. Panic surged anew, and I scrambled back to the edge of the pool, my mind racing with both hope and dread. Marcus and Alina helped pull me out of the water, their eyes wide with disbelief and sorrow. "It was him," I whispered, though even I wasn't sure if I truly believed it. "He tried to tell us something." But the pool offered no further clues, only the silent, unyielding testimony of its depths. We emerged from the pool drenched and shivering, the cold seeping into our very souls. The chamber now seemed to close in around us, its walls echoing with the sound of our despair. We gathered ourselves and resumed our frantic search through the maze, like corridors that branched off from the chamber. Every turn was a desperate gamble, every shadow a potential hiding place for our missing friend. I found myself consumed by a single, unrelenting thought, that the labyrinth was using our terror to feed its ancient hunger, and that Daniel's disappearance was but one sacrifice in a ritual that spanned centuries. Time lost all meaning as we pressed on. Our voices, once clear and determined, were now reduced to ragged whispers and desperate cries. I could feel the pressure mounting with every step, a crushing weight that threatened to shatter our resolve. In one narrow corridor, I paused to catch my breath and examine the symbols etched into the stone once more. They no longer seemed like distant relics of a forgotten era. They were now dire warnings, each curve and line a testament to the labyrinth's dark design. "We must be careful," I said, more to myself than to the others. "Every step we take feeds into its power. Our fear, our despair, they are the very fuel it craves." Marcus placed a firm hand on my shoulder, his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and grief. "We're not giving up on him," he said quietly. "Daniel's out there somewhere, and we'll bring him back. We have to." His words, though resolute, did little to dispel the overwhelming sense of futility that gnawed at us. The labyrinth was vast, and its corridors were infinite, as if designed to entrap us in an endless cycle of hope and despair. At length we reached a junction where 3 corridors converged. One path led upward toward a faint glow of light, perhaps an exit to the surface, while the other 2 plunged deeper into darkness. Elena's eyes flickered with indecision. "I feel as if the labyrinth is deliberately forcing us to choose," she murmured. "If we go upward, we may escape. But if we go deeper, we might find him." The choice was agonizing, and the very idea of leaving one of our own behind was unbearable. But the pull of the unknown, the nagging possibility that Daniel was still out there, compelled us to risk everything. We chose the corridor that descended further into the heart of the labyrinth, our footsteps echoing in a silence that was almost reverent. Every so often, I caught fleeting images in the periphery. A flash of movement, a glimpse of a figure that vanished as quickly as it appeared. It was as if the labyrinth was taunting us, offering us tantalizing hints of our missing friend only to snatch them away. The air grew colder still, and our flashlights struggled to penetrate the dense darkness that enveloped us. Yet, through it all, a singular thought burned in my mind. We would not rest until Daniel was found, or until we understood the terrible price that the labyrinth exacted from all who dared to traverse its depths. Hours seemed to pass as we navigated the winding passages, each turn a new trial of our endurance and sanity. My body ached, and my eyes stung from the relentless search, but the fear of losing Daniel propelled me forward with an almost superhuman determination. I recalled his quiet smile and the calm resolve which he had joined our expedition, and I swore that I would not let his light be snuffed out by this unyielding darkness. Every step, every desperate cry, was an act of defiance against the ancient force that claimed lives without remorse. Then, as if by some cruel twist of fate, we reached a narrow corridor where the walls converged to form a tunnel barely wide enough to admit one person at a time. I hesitated at the entrance, the oppressive gloom on the other side seeming to pulse with a life of its own. "This must be it," Marcus said in a hushed tone, his eyes searching the darkness as if expecting Daniel to emerge at any moment. With a final nod, we entered the tunnel, our flashlights our only companions in a passage where the very air vibrated with the echo of distant, ghostly voices. The tunnel was a claustrophobic snare, each step forward accompanied by the sound of our own ragged breathing and the relentless thud of our hearts. Every so often, a shape would move at the edge of the light, a fleeting glimpse of a figure draped in shadow, and then vanish into the oppressive darkness. I clutched my notebook tightly, each scribbled note a desperate plea for understanding in a place where logic and reason held no sway. It was in that moment, deep in the heart of the labyrinth, that I realized the true nature of our plight. We were not merely lost in a maze of stone and time, we were caught in an ancient, living rite, a ritual that fed on our very souls. At the end of the narrow tunnel, we emerged into a small, circular chamber, its walls lined with faded murals depicting scenes of ritual and sacrifice. The center of the chamber was dominated by a shallow pit, its edges marked with runes and symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. A cold dread washed over me as I realized that this pit was not a natural feature, but a deliberate construction, a threshold between the living and whatever other realm the labyrinth sought to tap into. "This must be where Daniel was taken," I said, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. "This pit, it's like an altar." Marcus stepped closer, his face set in grim determination. "We have to try to descend," he declared. "If he's been taken in here, we may be able to follow the trail." Elena's eyes filled with tears as she reached out to place a trembling hand on my arm. "I'm scared," she admitted softly, her voice barely audible over the pounding of our hearts. "But we have no choice. We must face this however terrible it may be." With no further time to lose, we prepared to descend into the pit. The walls of the circular chamber were slick with moisture, and each step downward was an ordeal against the pull of gravity and the suffocating weight of despair. The air grew colder and more oppressive as we descended, and the faint glow of the runes grew stronger, illuminating the pit with an eerie, otherworldly light. Every moment felt interminable, a slow march toward an inevitable confrontation with the unknown. Finally, we reached a narrow ledge near the bottom of the pit. There, in the flickering light, we discovered a tangle of footprints. Small, hurried, and unmistakably human. They led off into a dark passage carved into the rocky wall of the pit. My heart pounded with both hope and dread as I realized that these prints might be Daniel's. "This way," I urged, my voice trembling with a mix of determination and terror. One by one, we followed the trail, the passage twisting and descending further into a realm that defied description. The walls here were alive with strange markings, and the air vibrated with the echoes of long, forgotten incantations. Time lost meaning as we pressed onward, driven by the singular desire to reclaim our lost friend. Every step was a battle against overwhelming fear, and every echo of our footsteps was a reminder that the labyrinth cared nothing for our hopes. In that suffocating darkness, I could almost feel Daniel's presence. A lingering warmth, a distant, familiar laugh. And it spurred me forward, even as my mind teetered on the brink of despair. At long last, we reached a small chamber at the end of the passage. The walls here were covered in ancient carvings, and in the center of the room lay an object that made my blood run cold to Daniel's hat, its brim stained and slightly askew, as though discarded in a moment of frantic flight. I fell to my knees, my eyes brimming with tears as I reached out to touch the hat. "Daniel," I whispered, my voice cracking with the weight of grief and disbelief. Marcus and Alina knelt beside me, their faces etched with sorrow and determination. There was no sign of Daniel himself, only that solitary remnant of his presence, and yet, as I held the hat, I felt a surge of overwhelming emotion. A plea from the labyrinth, a warning, and perhaps even a promise. In that charged silence, I understood that the disappearance was not random, but part of the ancient cycle that had claimed so many before. The labyrinth demanded sacrifice, feeding on our fear, our love, and our despair. With heavy hearts, we gathered what evidence we could and retraced our steps out of the pit, our souls marked forever by the unspeakable ordeal. The journey back through the twisting corridors was a blur of muted sobs, stifled cries, and the relentless echo of our own grief. Every symbol, every shadow seemed to whisper Daniel's name, and every step was haunted by the memory of that fateful descent. I now write these words with trembling hands, determined to record the moment when our world fractured, the moment when the labyrinth claimed one of its own. Daniel's vanishing has become a turning point in our journey, a bitter reminder that we are not masters of our fate, but mere playthings in a ritual older than time itself. The labyrinth has shown us its true nature, a living, breathing entity that harvests our deepest fears and exacts its terrible toll without mercy. Though we have not yet found a way to reclaim Daniel or fully understand the dark purpose behind his disappearance, his absence has ignited in us a resolve as fierce as it is desperate. We have vowed to continue our journey, to peel back the layers of this ancient maze until we reach the heart of its terrible mystery. And though our hearts are heavy with sorrow, we know that every step we take, every shadow we confront, brings us closer to a truth that has been hidden in the darkness for far too long. Even now, as I set down this record in the fading glow of our meager light, I feel the labyrinth's pulse echoing in my veins. A constant reminder that fear is the very currency by which this ancient place is sustained. I do not know what awaits us in the endless corridors yet to come, nor can I say if we will ever rescue our lost friend. All I know is that Daniel's disappearance has forever changed the course of our journey, and that the labyrinth, with all its shifting, sentient terror, will not rest until its ancient ritual is complete. Our path forward is uncertain, and every moment is fraught with the possibility of further loss. Yet, in the midst of despair, I cling to a fragile hope that by unearthing the secrets of this living maze, we might one day break the cycle of sacrifice that has haunted these underground corridors for centuries. I can only pray that the knowledge we gather will serve not only as a memorial to those claimed by the labyrinth, but also as a beacon for others who might one day dare to challenge its dark dominion. As I conclude this entry, my heart remains heavy with grief and my resolve hardened by loss. The vanishing of Daniel is a wound that may never fully heal, a scar etched deep into our souls by the relentless cruelty of the labyrinth. And yet, in that same wound lies a call to action, a demand that we push forward into the depths, even as our steps falter and our voices fail. Our journey is far from over, and with every passing moment, the labyrinth tightens its grip around us, urging us ever deeper into its embrace. I promise you, dear reader, that we will not surrender to the darkness. We will follow the faint echoes of our friend's presence, decipher the ancient language of symbols carved into stone, and confront the living nightmare that has claimed him. For in this forsaken place, where hope is as rare as light, our only salvation lies in our determination to face the terrors that lurk in every shadow and to challenge the very heart of the labyrinth itself. Our fate remains uncertain, and the path ahead is shrouded in mystery and peril. But with Daniel's memory guiding us and our will unbroken by loss, we shall continue onward, into the depths of the unknown, where every heartbeat is a defiant act of resistance against the ancient, unyielding darkness that calls this place home. I had long suspected that the labyrinth's dark heart concealed not only mysteries, but also long, buried truths that defied all rationality. Our journey through the twisting corridors and haunted chambers had already taken us to the brink of despair. Yet nothing prepared me for the moment when the veil between past and present finally began to lift. It was in a cramped, forgotten corridor, one that we had passed more than once without taking much notice, that I first detected a subtle change in the air. The damp stone, once cold and inert, now seemed to vibrate with a gentle resonance, as if echoing some silent incantation. My pulse quickened as I realized that we were nearing the point where the labyrinth's secrets would be forced into the light. Marcus, Alina, and I paused in our measured progress. I held my breath, straining to hear a sound that might confirm my suspicion. The silence was profound, yet within it, I perceived a low murmur, a rhythmic cadence that seemed to emerge from deep within the walls. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, the tremor in my voice belying the resolve I tried to project. Marcus's hand went to his ear as he nodded slowly, and even Alina, whose calm usually steadied us all, looked unsettled. We gathered our equipment and pressed forward, following the sound as if it were a guiding beacon. The corridor widened into a small antechamber, whose walls were covered in a mosaic of ancient symbols. Here, the ambient light from our flashlights mingled with a faint, phosphorescent glow that appeared to emanate from the very carvings themselves. I approached one section of the wall where the markings were particularly dense. My fingers brushed against the worn stone, and immediately I felt an electric jolt, an almost imperceptible current that sent shivers up my arm. In that moment, I knew we had found the locus of the labyrinth's hidden energy. It was Marcus who first discovered the inscription. Tucked away among the elaborate carvings was a passage of archaic text, its letters swirling in patterns that defied any conventional language. This is no ordinary script," he murmured, running his fingertip along the surface. "It appears to be a mixture of symbols and sigils, arranged in a precise sequence. I'd say it's a record of some sort, a ritual, perhaps." His voice was hushed, reverent even, as if we were in the presence of something far older and more powerful than ourselves. Elena knelt beside him, her eyes shining with both scholarly curiosity and dread. "Look at how the symbols interlace," she observed, her voice trembling with excitement. "They describe not only the acts performed but also the emotions, the fear, the hope, and the sacrifice of those who came before us. This is more than history. It is a living memory, a record of the labyrinth's own making." I felt the weight of her words as they sank into me. For years, the whispers of urban legend had painted these underground passages as relics of an industrial past. But now they revealed a truth far darker. The labyrinth was not merely a collection of abandoned tunnels. It was a repository of ancient ritual, a living archive that fed on the very essence of human emotion. The inscription's cadence began to merge with the low murmur we had first heard. It was as if the text itself were reciting a prayer or invocation, and each word seemed to vibrate with a power that resonated within my bones. My mind reeled with the implications. We were not only witnessing remnants of occult ceremonies, we were becoming part of a continuous cycle of fear and sacrifice that the labyrinth had nurtured over the centuries. Every step we had taken, every moment of terror and wonder, had led us to this point. The threshold where the past and present collided in a surge of supernatural energy. With trembling determination, I began to decipher the inscription. The symbols, though alien in form, carried a sense of purpose, They spoke of the harvest of fear, and of souls willingly or unwillingly bound to the labyrinth's will. One passage caught my eye, a reference to the sacrifice of light to awaken the shadow. I could not help but shudder at the thought that our own fear, every moment of terror we had experienced, was being absorbed by this ancient rite, fueling the labyrinth's insatiable hunger for power. I looked up at Marcus and Alina, and though their eyes reflected similar dread, they also shone with a fierce resolve to understand what we had uncovered. We spent the next several hours poring over the inscription, our minds straining to piece together the ritual's hidden meaning. In the dim glow of our flashlights, we made painstaking notes, our scribbled lines of translation merging with sketches of the symbols. The more we deciphered, the clearer it became that the labyrinth was not a passive structure but an active force, one that harvested human fear and transformed it into a potent, sustaining energy. I recalled the earlier visions, the pulsing sigils, the spectral apparitions, and the inexplicable shifts in the corridors. They were all part of the same design, orchestrated to culminate in this moment of revelation. As the inscription began to yield its secrets, a palpable shift occurred in the chamber. The phosphorescent glow intensified, bathing the walls in an eerie light that seemed to animate the very stone. The low murmur swelled into a resonant hum, vibrating through the floor and our bodies alike. It was as if the labyrinth had awakened, stirred by our inquisitiveness and our terror. In that charged atmosphere, I felt both the weight of centuries and the immediacy of our own mortality. We were standing at the crossroads of history and destiny, and the labyrinth was demanding a toll, a sacrifice that would echo across time. Marcus's voice broke through my thoughts. This inscription, it suggests that the ritual is incomplete. There is mention of an offering yet to be made, a final act that will unlock the labyrinth's full potential. His words sent a chill through me. I glanced at Alina, whose face had turned pale as she read over the translated lines. "It's as if the labyrinth is calling for something from us," she whispered. "Our fear, our pain, they are the ingredients required to awaken it fully." The realization was both terrifying and oddly seductive. Could it be that we, in our desperation and anguish, were the key to unleashing a power that had slumbered for eons? Time seemed to stretch into an eternity as we contemplated the inscription's implications. We gathered our equipment and left the antechamber, our footsteps echoing through corridors that now pulsed with renewed energy. Every twist and turn of the labyrinth took on a new significance. The shadows that had once been mere absences of light now danced with malevolent intent, and every distant sound resonated like the heartbeat of an ancient deity. I felt as though we were being led, inexorably, toward a final confrontation with the living force that had orchestrated these mysteries. In the days that followed, our exploration became a desperate quest to piece together the scattered fragments of the ritual. We retraced our steps through the maze, like corridors, returning to chambers where the remnants of occult ceremonies lay undisturbed. In one such chamber, we discovered a series of weathered manuscripts, their pages filled with frantic scrawlings and cryptic diagrams. Elena carefully unfolded one of the fragile documents, her eyes widening as she recognized familiar symbols. "These texts, they detail the ritual of fear," she said, her voice a mix of awe and sorrow. "They describe how the labyrinth was designed to capture and consume terror, using it to sustain a force that bridges the mortal world and something far beyond our understanding." The manuscripts spoke of a covenant forged in darkness, a pact in which those who entered the labyrinth were bound to contribute their fear as a sacrifice. It was written that the labyrinth's design was not accidental, but meticulously constructed to harness the raw power of human emotion. Every trembling step, every heartbeat of terror, was part of an ancient ledger of sacrifice. As I read the passages aloud, I could feel the weight of that truth pressing upon me. We were not mere explorers. We were, in a sense, complicit in a ritual that had claimed countless souls before us. The realization was paralyzing, yet it ignited in us a fervent need to break the cycle. Marcus proposed that we seek out the Chamber of Offerings, an elusive room rumored to contain the apparatus by which the labyrinth collected its harvest of fear. According to the texts, this chamber held a mirror, like basin, filled with a dark, viscous fluid that was said to be the embodiment of the ritual's accumulated terror. Only by confronting and perhaps purifying that essence could one hope to disrupt the labyrinth's malevolent cycle. With renewed determination, we set out to locate this fabled chamber, our steps guided by the clues inscribed in the ancient manuscripts and on the walls of the maze. Our search led us through passages that seemed to defy geometry, corridors that twisted back upon themselves as if mocking our very attempts at navigation. The labyrinth was alive with misdirection, its layout shifting subtly as if rearranging its secrets to suit its own inscrutable purpose. Yet, amidst this disorienting maze, we began to detect a pattern, a series of symbols that recurred in specific intervals, forming a kind of arcane roadmap. Following this trail, we eventually came upon a heavy iron door, its surface adorned with the very motifs described in the manuscripts. My heart pounded as Marcus pushed it open, revealing a chamber that was both magnificent and horrifying. Inside, the chamber of offerings stretched out before us in a vast, circular space. At its center lay a basin of polished stone, its surface filled with a black, glistening liquid that shimmered as if alive. The air was thick with the smell of ancient incense and the metallic tang of old blood. I could feel the oppressive weight of the ritual's power pressing down upon us, as though the very fabric of the room were saturated with the terror of countless sacrifices. Elena's hand trembled as she took in the sight. "This is it," she said softly. "This is the heart of the labyrinth's harvest." I stepped forward, compelled by a mix of dread and determination. The manuscripts had spoken of an act of defiance, a way to confront the labyrinth's insatiable hunger by offering something in return. As I stared into the basin, I could almost hear the whispers of voices long silenced, urging me to act. Marcus, ever the pragmatist, placed a steady hand on my shoulder. "We must decide," he said gravely. "Do we let the labyrinth consume us further, or do we dare to defy it by reclaiming our fear?" In that charged moment, I understood that the secret we had uncovered was not simply a record of ancient rituals. It was a challenge, a call to arms against the very force that had claimed so many lives. With a deep, shuddering breath, I resolved that we would not be passive victims in this unholy ledger. Instead, we would attempt to seize control of our own destiny, to wrest back the terror that had been stolen from us and transform it into something else entirely. We gathered the items we had collected, the silver key, the fragile manuscripts, the relics from the hidden chamber, and returned to the basin. Under the trembling glow of our flashlights, we arranged them in a precise configuration as dictated by the texts. Each object was placed with deliberate care, a symbolic counterweight to the labyrinth's dark economy of fear. I could feel my heart racing as I recited aloud the incantation we had painstakingly translated, a litany that spoke of liberation, of reclaiming one's own power against ancient oppressors. As my voice echoed off the chamber's cold stone walls, the black liquid in the basin began to ripple. The movement was slow at first, then grew more vigorous, as if stirred by an unseen hand. The recited words resonated with the basin's surface, and for a few heartbeats, the room was filled with a blinding, almost unbearable light. When the glow faded, I realized with a jolt that the inscriptions on the wall had transformed. They now depicted not only the harvest of fear, but also the possibility of its reversal, a promise that even in the depths of terror, there lay a path to redemption. Marcus's eyes shone with a mixture of awe and relief as he looked at the altered carvings. "It appears the labyrinth is offering us a choice," he murmured. "We can either succumb entirely to its darkness, or we can reclaim our fear and use it to shatter the cycle." Elena's voice, though soft, carried a fierce determination. "This is our chance," she said. "If we can harness the power of our terror, perhaps we can disrupt this ancient rite and free ourselves, and all those who have been lost." In that moment, the true nature of the labyrinth's secret was laid bare before us. It was not simply a monument to horror. It was a living, evolving system that fed on the emotions of its victims. But it also held the potential for transformation. The fear that had been so carefully harvested over the centuries was not an end in itself, but a currency, a tool that, if reclaimed and redirected, could serve as the very key to our liberation. With shaking hands, I stepped closer to the basin. I will do it, I declared, my voice echoing in the silent chamber. I will face my fear, and I will reclaim it from this accursed place. Marcus and Alina exchanged a look, their expressions a mix of hope and sorrow for the inevitable trial that lay ahead. As I knelt before the basin, I closed my eyes and allowed the incantation to flow from my lips once more. This time, however, the words were not simply recited. They were a plea, a vow to wrest control from the labyrinth and return our stolen power to ourselves. The basin's surface churned violently, and I felt a pressure building within me, as though the very essence of my fear were being drawn from deep within my soul. In that crucible of terror and determination, I understood that this was the moment of reckoning, a turning point in our struggle against the ancient rite. My vision blurred, and for a timeless moment I was suspended between two worlds, one of paralyzing horror and one of the promise of liberation. When I finally opened my eyes, the basin's churning had stilled, leaving behind a mirror-like surface that reflected not only my own determined face, but also the myriad shadows of all those who had suffered here before. A silence, profound and heavy, descended upon the chamber. I could feel the labyrinth's pulse slow as if in deference to the act of defiance we had just committed. The ancient inscriptions on the walls glowed with a softer, almost forgiving light, their menacing forms now tempered by the possibility of redemption. In that moment, I sensed that the labyrinth had been forced to acknowledge our will. A crack had appeared in its implacable armor of fear. Marcus stepped forward slowly, his eyes brimming with tears of relief and wonder. "You did it," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "You've shown that our fear can be reclaimed. Perhaps this is the beginning of an end to the labyrinth's dark harvest." Alina wrapped her arms around me in a brief, trembling embrace. "We have a chance now," she murmured, "a chance to break this cycle once and for all." For a long, suspended moment, we stood together in the Chamber of Offerings, united by the realization that the labyrinth's secrets had been fully unleashed, and that its power, though terrible, could be challenged by the strength of our own resolve. In that moment, the ancient rite was no longer an inevitable fate, but a challenge to be met head-on. We knew that the road ahead would be fraught with peril, that the labyrinth might lash out in retribution, and that not all of us might survive the struggle. Yet, there was also a new hope, a belief that the terror it had so long fed upon might be turned against it. As we slowly gathered our equipment and prepared to leave the chamber, I recorded every detail in my journal, every symbol and every whispered incantation that had taken on a new meaning. The manuscripts, the silver key, the relics from the hidden chamber. All these pieces now formed a mosaic of resistance, a testament to the fact that even in the darkest depths, the human spirit could find the strength to defy ancient evils. I vowed then, with every fiber of my being, that we would continue our journey, not as hapless victims, but as warriors reclaiming the very essence of our fear. Stepping back into the labyrinth, our resolve was tempered by loss and illuminated by hope. The corridors we traversed now seemed less like traps designed solely for despair and more like trials through which we must pass to reclaim our stolen light. Each step was measured, every breath a silent vow to honor those who had been sacrificed by the labyrinth's cruel ritual. I could feel the secrets we had unleashed within me, a blend of terror and possibility that spurred me on even in the face of overwhelming darkness. In the days that followed, our group moved with a new purpose. We revisited the sites of our previous horrors, not to mourn them, but to learn from them, to gather every scrap of knowledge that might allow us to reverse the labyrinth's ancient curse. We deciphered more inscriptions, uncovered hidden chambers, and encountered manifestations of the very energies we had sought to subdue. Each encounter was a test of our fortitude, each revelation a stepping stone toward an uncertain redemption. Yet, even as we pressed deeper into the labyrinth, I could not shake the memory of that fateful moment in the Chamber of Offerings. A moment when the secrets of the ancient rite were laid bare before us, when fear was both our adversary and our potential salvation. That moment, etched into my soul, became a beacon in the darkness, a reminder that even the most ancient and malevolent forces could be challenged by the unyielding will of those who refused to surrender. Now, as I pen these words in the relative quiet of a small alcove deep within the labyrinth, I feel the weight of every sacrifice and every small victory that has brought us this far. The labyrinth secrets have been unleashed, and with them, a promise. A promise that if we persist, if we harness our deepest terror and transform it into something pure and unyielding, we may yet break the cycle of fear that has defined this underground realm for centuries. Our journey continues, fraught with uncertainty and peril. But in our hearts burns the fierce belief that the labyrinth, for all its ancient cruelty, can be overcome. The secrets we have unearthed are not merely relics of a bygone era. They are the keys to reclaiming our destiny from a force that has long fed on the souls of the unwary. We march forward, each step a defiant act against the darkness, each heartbeat a testament to our resolve to emerge from these depths with our spirits intact. I close this entry with a mixture of exhaustion and hope, knowing that the path ahead remains shrouded in mystery and danger. Yet, in the face of the labyrinth's relentless terror, we have found within ourselves a power that no ancient rite can wholly suppress. The secrets unleashed in these shadowed corridors have given us a fighting chance to turn the tide and reclaim not only our own fate, but the very essence of what it means to be human. Our struggle is far from over, and the labyrinth still holds many secrets in its endless depths. But now we know that even the most insidious harvest of fear can be countered by the strength of our will. As we press onward into the unknown, I carry with me the memory of every sacrifice, every revelation, and every moment of triumph. And I vow that one day, when the final echo of terror has been silenced, the secrets of this living maze will be ours to command. I had believed that the labyrinth's mysteries had reached their most horrifying pitch when we first encountered its shifting corridors and the living pulse of fear. Yet nothing prepared me for the day when we came face to face with the spectral remnants of a cult whose dark legacy had seeped into every stone of these underground halls. It was in a vast, cavernous expanse, where the oppressive darkness gave way to a chamber lit by an unnatural, phosphorescent glow, that we encountered him, the cult leader, a figure shrouded in spectral mist and emanating an aura of ancient authority. We had been following the trail of ever deeper symbols and cryptic inscriptions that promised to reveal the true purpose of the labyrinth when we entered a chamber that defied description. The room was circular, its walls covered in meticulously carved reliefs, depicting hooded figures in ritualistic poses. At the center stood a dais of black stone, upon which hovered an apparition clad in tattered robes and a mask that was both regal and terrifying. His eyes, though empty, seemed to burn with a fierce intensity, and his presence commanded the silence in a way that chilled my very soul. For a long, suspended moment, I could only stare at him, my heart pounding in my ears, as if to drown out the whispered echoes of the past. The air was heavy with the scent of incense and old blood, and as I took a step forward, the specter raised a hand in a slow, deliberate gesture that sent shivers cascading through me. "Welcome," his voice intoned, a sound that resonated both as a command and as a lament echoing in the recesses of my mind. "You have come at last to claim your due." Marcus, who had long maintained a pragmatic facade, was visibly shaken, his hand clenching the grip on his flashlight. Elena's eyes shone with a mixture of terror and fervor as she whispered, "This is the cult, the legacy they left behind." I felt a tightening in my chest as I realized that we were witnessing not only the remnants of an occult order, but also the resurgence of a power that had long slumbered beneath the city's skin. The apparition's gaze swept over us, and I sensed that every fear we had harbored Every moment of despair and hope alike had been anticipated by this ancient being. The spectre began to speak in a measured cadence, each word imbued with an authority that seemed to transcend the boundaries of life and death. "Long have I awaited this day," he declared. "The ritual was cast in darkness, the covenant sealed with blood and fear. And now, through you, the cycle shall be renewed." His eyes flickered with an uncanny light as he spoke of sacrifices made in secret ceremonies, of rites performed beneath the watchful gaze of unseen deities, and of a legacy that had endured through countless generations. As his words washed over me, I felt as though I were being drawn into an inescapable vortex of destiny, a fate sealed by the very terror that had guided our every step in this living maze. I struggled to steady my voice. "Who are you?" I demanded, my words trembling with equal parts defiance and dread. The spectre tilted his head slightly, as if amused by our mortal defiance. "I am the keeper of this legacy, the vessel through which the ancient rite endures," he replied. "I was once mortal, like you, seduced by the promise of power and the allure of forbidden knowledge. But I chose to embrace the darkness, to merge my essence with that which lies beneath." His tone was both tragic and triumphant, a mixture of regret and resolve that sent a ripple of uncertainty through my soul. Marcus's skepticism warred with his fascination. "You speak of a covenant, of rituals meant to harvest fear," he interjected. "But what does that mean for us, these explorers who stumbled into your domain?" The spectre's gaze fell upon him, and for a moment the very air seemed to thicken with unspoken menace. "You, too, have contributed to the harvest," he intoned slowly. "Your terror, your doubt, has fed the labyrinth. Every heartbeat, every cry of despair, has been an offering. The cult's legacy lives on not through blood alone, but through the fear of all who dare trespass these sacred halls." I felt a cold sweat break out along my skin as his words took root in my mind, their implications dark and inescapable. Helena, ever the scholar of the occult, stepped forward with a trembling resolve. "Are you saying that our presence here was predestined? That we were meant to be part of this ritual?" she asked softly. The spectre's smile, hidden behind the mask, seemed to twist into something akin to pity. "Fate is a web spun from the threads of countless lives," he replied. "This labyrinth built as a living conduit for fear, and in time all who enter become woven into its tapestry. You are not here by chance, you are here by design." His words, though cryptic, resonated with a truth that I could neither deny nor fully comprehend. It was as if the very structure of the labyrinth had conspired with ancient forces to draw us into a destiny that had been written long before any of us had set foot beneath the city. A heavy silence followed his declaration, a silence that seemed to pulse with the weight of innumerable lost souls and unspoken rituals. I felt the pressure of that silence in my chest, a reminder of the countless sacrifices that had come before us and the uncertain promise of what was to come. "What do you want from us?" I finally managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The spectre's eyes glowed brighter for a moment, and he extended his hand as if offering an answer written in the language of shadows. "Redemption," he said simply. "Or, perhaps, transformation. The labyrinth demands a price, a final act of surrender or defiance. In your fear, there is power. In your sacrifice, there is rebirth." His words struck me with the force of revelation. I recalled the countless moments of terror that had driven us deeper into this living maze, the relentless pursuit of answers that had led us through hidden chambers, into pits of despair, and now to this moment of truth. Our terror had not been an accident, it was the very fuel of this ancient ritual. And in that realization, I felt both the sting of hopelessness and the spark of a possibility we had not dared imagine. Marcus stepped forward, his tone a blend of anger and determination. "If we are to be a part of this legacy, then let it not be our undoing," he said. "We will not simply surrender to the labyrinth's demands. We will choose our own fate." His words were defiant, a challenge hurled at the ancient power that had claimed countless lives before us. The spectre's gaze softened for a moment, as if acknowledging the mortal spark of rebellion. Then prove your resolve, he said, his voice echoing like a distant chant. Embrace the truth of your terror and offer it as a testament to your will. Only then can you hope to break the cycle and forge a new covenant. One not of fear, but of control. The challenge hung in the air, a gauntlet thrown at our feet. Elena's eyes shone with a mix of hope and trepidation as she stepped closer. What must we do? She asked, her voice trembling with determination. The specter raised his hand again, and the phosphorescent light in the chamber swirled, casting spectral images on the walls. You must confront the darkness within you, he intoned. Recall every moment of terror that has brought you to this place, every shadow that has haunted your steps. Let that fear rise and then transform it. Offer your essence as a counterbalance to the harvest of despair that has sustained this cult for so long. His words seemed to vibrate in the very air, a command that resonated with the core of our being. For a long, agonizing moment, I closed my eyes and allowed the memories to flood back. I remembered the first time I stepped into the labyrinth. The thrill mingled with a creeping dread as the walls whispered of forgotten rituals. I recalled the tremor in my hand when I first encountered the shifting symbols, the surge of adrenaline as the corridors seemed to twist and bend with a life of their own. Each memory was a shard of terror, a fragment of the sacrifice that had built this place. And now, the specter demanded that we transform that terror into something else. Into power, into control, into a defiant act of redemption. My mind raced with the enormity of the task. Was it possible to reclaim our stolen fear? Could we transmute our terror into a weapon against the ancient forces that had claimed so many before us? The specter's eyes bored into mine as I hesitated, and I felt the weight of every lost soul in that cavernous chamber. I will try, I said at last, my voice raw with emotion. I will offer what I have, and let my fear become something that you can no longer feed on. The words trembled out of me, a vow as desperate as it was defiant. In that instant, the chamber seemed to react. The swirling lights grew brighter, and the ancient inscriptions on the walls pulsed with a renewed energy. I felt a warmth spread from my chest outward, as though the very essence of my fear were being drawn up from the depths of my soul and transformed before my eyes. The sensation was both excruciating and exhilarating, a fusion of agony and hope. For what felt like an eternity, I remained there, suspended between the overwhelming terror of my own memories and the burning desire to reclaim them. When at last the light dimmed and the pulsations slowed, I opened my eyes to see the specter's expression shift ever so slightly, a look that I interpreted as approval. You have begun to break the cycle, he said, his voice softer now, almost mournful. The cult's legacy is not immutable. It can be challenged, even overturned, by those brave enough to face their inner darkness. His words stirred something deep within me, a mixture of relief and sorrow, for I knew that the path we had chosen was fraught with danger and uncertainty. But in that moment, I also knew that we had taken the first step toward reclaiming our destiny from the clutches of ancient terror. Marcus's face, usually so stoic, betrayed a glimmer of hope as he looked from me to Elena and back again. Perhaps this is the key, he murmured. Not only to breaking the cult's hold on the labyrinth, but to saving ourselves. Elena, whose eyes had been filled with tears only moments before, now shone with a fierce determination. We will use this moment, she declared, to rewrite the rules. We will prove that the legacy of fear need not define us. The specter inclined his head slowly, as if in acknowledgement of our resolve. The labyrinth lives on, he intoned softly. Its walls are steeped in sorrow and sacrifice, yet they also bear witness to the triumph of the human spirit when it dares to defy destiny. Go now, and let your courage be the final offering that seals a new covenant, a covenant of hope and power, forged in the crucible of your own making. With that final pronouncement echoing in the chamber, the specter began to dissipate into motes of silver light, his presence fading until he was no more than a lingering whisper on the wind. For several long, heart-stopping moments, the chamber remained silent and still, as if the very air were holding its breath. Then, gradually, the glow of the phosphorescence softened, and the ancient inscriptions resumed their dormant state. We were alone again, but not unchanged. The transformation we had set in motion resonated in every fiber of our beings. Fragile, hard, one hope in the face of an unyielding darkness. In the aftermath of that surreal encounter, we gathered our equipment and pressed deeper into the labyrinth. Each step felt lighter somehow, as though a burden had been lifted from our souls. The corridors, which had once seemed designed solely to instill terror, now shimmered with a subtle promise that even the most ancient curses could be unraveled by the strength of our will. We retraced our steps to those chambers where we had first encountered the relentless harvest of fear, and as we passed through, the symbols on the walls no longer appeared as menacing as before. Instead, they seemed to pulse gently, as if in acknowledgement of our newfound defiance. Yet even as we moved forward with cautious optimism, I could not shake the memory of the cult leader's final words. A call to break the cycle of terror and to reclaim the essence of our own being. Every echo of our footsteps in the labyrinth now carried with it a reminder of that challenge. A challenge to not merely survive, but to transform. It was a task that filled me with both dread and exhilaration, for I knew that the journey ahead would demand every ounce of courage we possessed. As the days turned into a blur of dimly lit corridors and cryptic revelations, our small band of explorers found solace in our shared determination. We continued to decode inscriptions, gather relics, and piece together the scattered lore of the cult's legacy. With every new discovery, the labyrinth's true nature, the way it intertwined fear, sacrifice, and hope, became ever more apparent, and while the specter of the cult leader had vanished, his legacy remained embedded in the very fabric of the underground realm, a constant reminder that we had stepped into a conflict that spanned centuries. Now, as I record these words in a quiet alcove far from the tumult of our recent trials, I can still feel the lingering resonance of that fateful encounter. The labyrinth, with all its ancient cruelty and unyielding mystery, has been challenged by our defiant act. The cult's legacy, once a monolithic force of terror, now trembles in the face of our collective resolve. And though the path ahead remains shrouded in darkness, I carry with me the unwavering belief that even the most oppressive of curses can be broken when one dares to confront the terror within. I do not know what further trials await us in these depths, nor can I predict whether our newfound power will be enough to save all those who have been claimed by the labyrinth. But I do know this: we have taken our first steps toward reclaiming our destiny, toward rewriting a legacy that was built on fear. In our hearts burns a quiet, defiant flame, a promise that even in the deepest shadow, the light of human courage can endure. And so, with renewed determination and the echoes of the cult's long, forgotten incantations still whispering in my mind, I press onward. I will carry the memory of that spectral leader as both a warning and a beacon, a reminder that while the labyrinth's legacy may be steeped in sorrow and sacrifice, it is not immutable. In our struggle to defy its dark design, we have discovered that the power to transform our fear lies within us. Our journey is far from over, and every step brings us closer to the heart of the labyrinth and to the ultimate challenge that awaits. Yet I find solace in the knowledge that, for the first time, we are not merely victims of an ancient rite. We are its challengers, its potential redeemers, and as long as we hold on to that spark of defiance, there remains a chance to break the cycle, to end the harvest of terror, and to claim our own legacy. A legacy defined not by fear, but by hope, resilience, and the unyielding will to live free. I commit these words to my journal, not just as a record of what we have witnessed, but as a testament to the belief that the darkest curses can be undone when we dare to reclaim the very essence of our humanity. The cult's legacy, as horrifying as it may be, is not the final word in the saga of this labyrinth. It is but one chapter in a story that we are still writing, a story that, with every heartbeat, grows ever more our own. I press forward now, into the deeper, unexplored corridors of the labyrinth, carrying with me the knowledge that our struggle against the ancient curse has only just begun. And though the shadows may yet hide untold horrors, I am resolved to confront them, to unravel the mysteries woven into the fabric of this cursed domain, and ultimately, to forge a new destiny from the ruins of the old. I had long suspected that the labyrinth beneath the city was more than a decaying remnant of industrial ambition. It was a living, breathing entity, a beast whose dark heart beat with the collective terror of those who had ventured into its depths before us. In the days following our encounter with the spectral cult leader and our defiant act of reclaiming our fear, a foreboding realization began to crystallize. Every tremor in the stone, every whisper in the darkness, was part of a grand design to harvest our dread. We had become unwilling participants in a ritual that spanned centuries, and now, as we pressed further into the maze, the true purpose of this ancient rite was laid bare before us. Our journey into the heart of the labyrinth had led us through shifting corridors, hidden chambers, and spectral encounters that defied explanation. Yet nothing had prepared me for the overwhelming sensation that we were being corralled toward a singular, inexorable fate, a destiny defined not by our curiosity or our desire to unearth forgotten history, but by the raw, primal terror that pulsed through our veins. It was on a cold, oppressive night, when even the faintest sounds seemed magnified in the silence, that we reached what we later came to call the Harvest Hall. The entrance to the hall was marked by a long, arched passage whose walls were slick with condensation and scarred by ancient inscriptions. As we stepped inside, our flashlights revealed a vast, cavernous space where the ceiling disappeared into impenetrable darkness. The floor, composed of uneven stone slabs, was arranged in a deliberate pattern that mimicked a giant, sprawling sigil. My heart pounded as I realized that the hall itself was a kind of altar, a place where the labyrinth collected the fear it had nurtured over countless lifetimes. At first, the hall appeared almost serene, bathed in a dull, unearthly glow that emanated from fissures in the stone. But as we advanced, the silence became oppressive, and every footstep reverberated with a significance that went far beyond our mere presence. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon us, and the ambient temperature seemed to drop with each passing moment. In that charged atmosphere, Marcus, Alina, and I exchanged uneasy glances. We all sensed that the labyrinth was gathering our terror like a collector hoarding precious trophies. I took a tentative step forward, and that was when the first sign of the harvest revealed itself. In the center of the hall, atop a raised dais, lay a vast basin carved from dark granite. Its surface was perfectly smooth, almost mirror-like, and it reflected not only our images, but also the twisted patterns of light and shadow that danced around the room. Inscribed around the rim of the basin were symbols that we had seen scattered throughout our journey. Symbols that spoke of sacrifice, of fear offered as a tithe to an insatiable power. As I stared into the basin, I felt as though I were peering into a void that promised to swallow not just our images, but our very souls. A low, rhythmic thumping began to emanate from the basin, a sound that resonated deep within my bones. At first, it was barely audible. A slow, steady beat that might have been mistaken for the distant echo of a drum. But gradually, the beat grew louder and more insistent, synchronizing with the pounding of my heart. It was as if the labyrinth itself were alive, its pulse entwined with our own terror. In that moment, a chilling thought gripped me. Our fear was not a byproduct of our exploration, but the very fuel that powered this living maze. Marcus broke the silence. "It's harvesting us," he whispered, his voice raw with a mixture of awe and horror. "Every moment of terror, every shiver of dread, we're offering it up here like a sacrifice." His words sent shivers down my spine, and I felt the full magnitude of our predicament. We had unwittingly become part of a cycle that stretched back through the ages, a cycle in which the labyrinth fed on our emotions and, in turn, grew stronger. Desperation mingled with determination as we realized that we could no longer simply observe. The inscriptions we had deciphered, the relics we had gathered, and the spectral encounters we had all pointed to a grim possibility. If we did not act to break this cycle, we would be forever bound to the labyrinth's insatiable appetite. Elena's voice, usually so measured, trembled as she said, "There must be a way to disrupt this harvest. A method to sever the connection between our fear and the labyrinth's power." We gathered around the basin, our faces illuminated by its eerie glow, and began a frantic search for clues. Marcus retraced the symbols etched along the rim, comparing them with the cryptic passages we had uncovered in the manuscripts. Elena spread out a series of fragile pages on a flat stone, her eyes scanning the ancient text for any indication of a counter-ritual. And I, driven by a mounting need to reclaim control over my own terror, examined the basin itself, as if expecting it to reveal its secrets. After what felt like an eternity, Elena's eyes lit up with a revelation. These inscriptions. They speak of a reverse harvest, a ritual in which the fear of the sacrificer is transformed into a source of power, rather than a commodity for the labyrinth to consume. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but in that quiet intensity, I heard a promise. The idea was both audacious and terrifying. If we could harness our terror, if we could transform it into something that the labyrinth could no longer use against us, then perhaps we could break free of its ancient curse. A turning point came then, as Marcus proposed that we attempt the reverse harvest. "We've been its prey for too long," he declared, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. "It's time we turned the tables. We must confront our fear head on and reclaim it as our own power." His words, though laced with desperation, sparked a glimmer of hope in our hearts. It was a challenge that defied logic, yet in the oppressive darkness of the harvest hall, it seemed to be our only way out. I hesitated, knowing that the price for such an act could be our very souls. Yet, as I looked into the basin and saw the reflection of my own trembling face, merged with the shifting patterns of light, I realized that the labyrinth had been feeding on us for centuries, and that we were running out of time. "I'll do it," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I will offer my fear, and I will try to transform it into something that the labyrinth cannot use against us." Marcus and Elena exchanged a brief, tense glance before nodding in unison. Together, we prepared to enact the reverse harvest. We gathered the items that had become our small arsenal against the dark forces: the silver key that had once unlocked hidden chambers, the fragile manuscripts inscribed with forbidden rites, and a small vial containing an unknown substance we had found in one of the cult's relic rooms. Each object was a symbol of our defiance, a token that we could use to counter the labyrinth's malevolent design. Standing before the basin, I took a deep, shuddering breath and began to recite the incantation that Elena had painstakingly translated from the ancient texts. My voice echoed in the cavernous hall, mingling with the low, throbbing beat of the basin. As I spoke, I focused on every memory of terror that had plagued me. The cold sweat during our first descent, the heart-stopping moment when a teammate had vanished into the darkness, the overwhelming dread that had clutched at my chest in the face of inexplicable horrors. I let those memories rise, not as raw, unbridled fear, but as a force to be harnessed, a power that, once reclaimed, might serve as our shield against the labyrinth's insidious hunger. For a moment, time itself seemed to hold its breath. The basin's surface began to churn, the rhythmic pulse intensifying until it merged with the cadence of my recitation. The inscriptions around the rim glowed with a fierce, defiant light, and I felt an almost unbearable pressure building in my chest, as though the very essence of my fear were being drawn upward. It was excruciating, searing, internal agony that made me want to scream. But I persevered, clinging to the hope that this act of defiance might be our salvation. Then, as the incantation reached its peak, the basin erupted in a burst of blinding light. For several long, agonizing moments, I was suspended between two worlds, one of pure, paralyzing terror and another of raw, transformative power. In that instant, I felt as though I were being remade from the inside out, every shard of my fear coalescing into a single, incandescent spark of resistance. When the light finally dimmed, I staggered back, gasping for air, my entire body trembling with exhaustion and disbelief. Around me, Marcus and Alina stared in stunned silence. The basin's surface was now calm, its mirror-like finish reflecting not the shifting horrors of the labyrinth, but our own determined faces. A hush fell over the harvest hall, as if the labyrinth itself were momentarily pacified by the act we had just undertaken. I felt a strange warmth radiating from within, a deep, abiding certainty that we had taken our first real step toward reclaiming our destiny. The transformation was not complete, and I knew that the labyrinth would not relinquish its hold without a fight. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was hope. Our success, however, came at a cost. The reverse harvest had awakened something within the labyrinth, a surge of energy that rippled through the corridors and set the very stones trembling. Far from the distant beat of the basin, we began to hear a cacophony of sounds echoing through the tunnels, anguished wails, the clatter of shifting stone, and the low, insistent murmur of a force that refused to be denied. It was as if our act of defiance had angered the ancient entity that ruled these depths, and it was now mustering its full fury against us. We raced out of the harvest hall, our hearts pounding as we navigated the now turbulent corridors. Every shadow seemed to twist into a monstrous form, every whisper of wind carried with it the echo of vengeful voices. The labyrinth was in uproar, living, sentient force determined to reclaim the fear that we had so boldly defied. At several junctures, the corridors shifted unexpectedly, forcing us to take sudden, desperate turns that left us breathless and disoriented. It was as if the very structure of the maze were writhing in anger, determined to punish us for daring to steal back our terror. Yet even amid the chaos, there was a clarity that guided us. The symbols that had once loomed over us with malignant intent now pulsed with a subdued, almost respectful light, as if acknowledging our defiance. The oppressive weight of the labyrinth's hunger had lessened, replaced by a tentative equilibrium, a fragile truce between the ancient power and our reclaimed will. I could sense that our act of transformation had altered the balance of forces within these walls. The harvest of dread, once an unstoppable cycle, now faltered under the pressure of our resolve. In the days that followed, we pressed deeper into the labyrinth, our purpose renewed by the knowledge that even the most ancient curses could be challenged. We retraced our steps to the chambers where our terror had first taken hold, determined to see if our transformation had lasting effects. In each passage, I observed subtle changes. The heavy, oppressive silence was broken by moments of eerie calm, and the once menacing symbols glowed softly as if offering quiet benedictions rather than dire warnings. It was as though our defiant act had sown a seed of resistance within the labyrinth itself, a seed that might one day blossom into our liberation. Yet the struggle was far from over. The labyrinth, though weakened in its fury, was still a formidable force, a complex network of stone and shadow that had devoured countless souls over the centuries. Every new step was a battle, every echo a reminder of the price we might yet have to pay. I often found myself haunted by the memory of that brilliant burst of light in the harvest hall, a moment of excruciating pain and transcendent hope. It was a turning point, a moment when our fear was no longer a commodity for the labyrinth to hoard, but a weapon we could wield against it. Marcus, Alina, and I formed a pact in those dark corridors, a pact to continue our journey, to challenge the ancient design until we either broke free or perished trying. We recorded every detail of our progress, every alteration in the labyrinth's architecture, and every sign that the harvest of dread was losing its hold. Our journals filled with frantic notes and sketches, each entry a testament to our growing conviction that even the most oppressive darkness could be overcome by the indomitable human spirit. There were moments, in the deepest hours of the night, when despair threatened to overwhelm us. In those moments, I would remember the visage in the basin, the overwhelming pain of transformation, and the resolute, unyielding spark that had flared within me. It was that spark, our collective courage, that propelled us forward even as the labyrinth roared its defiance. We encountered strange phenomena, along the way corridors that seemed to breathe, walls that whispered our names, and fleeting apparitions of those who had once been lost to the harvest. Each encounter was a reminder that our struggle was not just for ourselves, but for all the souls claimed by the ancient rite. As we neared what we believed to be an exit, a passage that promised a return to the surface, I paused to reflect on the journey that had brought us here. The labyrinth had once seemed an insurmountable force, a dark and unyielding predator that fed on our terror. Now, though its shadow still loomed large, I could see that the harvest of dread was being forced to yield to a new order. Our defiance had altered the very fabric of this cursed domain. The symbols etched into the stone, once arrows pointing only to despair, now hinted at a possibility of redemption, of transformation that might one day free us from its thrall. In that final, tentative hope, I found the strength to push forward. With Marcus and Alina by my side, we stepped into the passage that led upward, out of the labyrinth's belly and toward the uncertain light of the surface. Behind us, the labyrinth continued its ceaseless murmur, a living archive of fear slowly being rewritten by our own resolve. I knew that the scars of our ordeal would remain with us forever, that the labyrinth would never fully relinquish its hold on our memories and our souls. But I also knew that we had made a difference. We had taken the first, daring steps to reclaim the terror that had been stolen from us, and, in doing so, had kindled a light that might one day banish the darkness entirely. Now, as I pen these final words in the quiet safety of a reclaimed chamber near the surface, I look back on our journey with a mixture of sorrow, wonder, and fierce determination. The labyrinth, with its ancient hunger and unyielding terror, had been forced to confront the power of a single, defiant human spirit, and, by extension, the collective strength of all who dared to challenge fate. The harvest of dread had been our curse, but it was no longer our destiny. In that hallowed moment, I understood that the true victory lay not in escaping the labyrinth, but in transcending the terror that it had once wielded over us. I commit these words to my journal as both a record of our suffering and a testament to the hope that had been born from our defiance. Our struggle against the ancient curse is far from over, and the labyrinth's dark corridors still hold untold mysteries and perils. Yet I have learned that even in the face of such overwhelming dread, there exists a power within us all, a spark of resistance that, when nurtured, can ignite a flame strong enough to illuminate the deepest darkness. As I prepare to leave these underground halls for what may be the final time, I carry with me the memory of every anguished cry, every trembling step, and every moment unexpected triumph. The labyrinth will always be a part of me, a reminder of the night when fear itself was transformed into the weapon of our salvation. And, though its shadow may follow me into the light of day, I know that I have reclaimed something far more precious than mere survival. I have reclaimed my humanity. I step into the cool night air above, the city's distant lights flickering like beacons of hope in the darkness. Behind me, the labyrinth lies silent and inscrutable, its ancient hunger subdued for now by the force of our defiant will. The harvest of dread, once a relentless tide of terror, has been challenged. And in that challenge, I have found the strength to look forward to a future where fear is not a chain, but a stepping stone to something greater. My journey is not yet complete, and I know that the scars of these days will remain with me forever. But as I walk away from the subterranean realm, I do so with the conviction that even the deepest shadows can be illuminated by the light of courage. The labyrinth taught me that terror can be a teacher, and that in the heart of darkness, we are all capable of rising to meet our destiny. And so I move forward, carrying the lessons of the harvest with me, determined to forge a new path not defined by the dread of what might come, but by the hope of what we have yet to become. The labyrinth, with all its secrets and all its sorrow, will remain a part of our story, but it will no longer be the master of our fate. I conclude this record with a promise that as long as there are those who dare to confront the unknown, who refuse to let fear rule their lives, the cycle of dread can be broken, Our defiance is the seed of a future where the legacy of terror is transformed into a legacy of hope, resilience, and the unyielding strength of the human spirit. I remember the moment when the final corridor opened before us. A yawning chasm of stone and shadow that seemed to pulse with an unearthly light. It was as if the labyrinth, in all its ancient cruelty and enigmatic splendor, had saved its ultimate secret for this very moment. My heart pounded in my ears as Marcus, Alina, and I stepped cautiously forward, our flashlights trembling in our grasp. Every step echoed with the weight of our countless trials, every breath a reminder of the terror and hope that had carried us this far. We had traversed twisting passages, uncovered relics of occult experiments, witnessed the harvest of dread, and even defied the cult's malignant legacy. Now, as we faced the final threshold, I felt the full force of destiny closing in upon us. Before us loomed an enormous, intricately carved door, its surface a mosaic of symbols and sigils that I recognized from every chamber we had passed. It was as though every choice we had made, each fearful heartbeat, every desperate plea, had been carefully recorded in this living ledger of terror. Marcus ran his hand reverently over the door's cool surface. "This is it," he murmured, his voice barely audible in the oppressive silence. "Everything we've experienced, it all leads here." Elena's eyes shone with a mixture of determination and quiet sorrow as she stepped forward, the weight of loss and hope etched in every line of her face. I recalled the chilling words of the specter from the cult's legacy, that our destinies were interwoven with the labyrinth, that our terror was both its fuel and our potential salvation. I had always believed myself to be merely an explorer, an inquisitive soul driven by a desire to unveil hidden histories. But as I now pressed my hand against the door, I felt a current surge beneath my skin, as if the very essence of my being was linked to the ancient power behind it. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a vast chamber bathed in an eerie, pulsating light. In that moment, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. The chamber was enormous, its vaulted ceiling lost in darkness above, and its walls covered with vast reliefs depicting rituals of sacrifice and transcendence. At the center of the chamber stood a colossal dais constructed of black stone, and upon it lay an altar that seemed to absorb every flicker of our feeble lights. My pulse thundered in my ears as I advanced, and with each step, memories of our journey flashed before my eyes, the hidden chamber where one of our own had vanished, the harvest hall where our fear was siphoned away, and the reverse ritual in which we had dared to claim our terror. It was all converging in this singular space, a nexus of ancient rites and our own unyielding will. Marcus, ever the pragmatist, broke the silence. "We have reached the heart of the labyrinth," he said, his tone firm yet laced with a quiet awe. "I believe that what lies beyond this altar is the final act, the culmination of every choice we've ever made here." Elena's hand gripped mine tightly, as if drawing strength from our shared determination. "Our journey was never random," she whispered. "Every corridor, every symbol, even our losses, they were all meant to bring us to this moment. The labyrinth has been calling us, shaping us, molding our fate from the very start." I stood before the altar and took in the sight with a mix of terror and wonder. The air vibrated with a palpable energy, and I could almost hear the soft murmur of incantations that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. Then, in a moment that felt both predestined and shocking, a figure emerged from the shadows behind the dais. My heart lurched as I recognized the spectral visage of the cult leader, the very same being whose words had once chilled me to the core. But now, as he drew nearer, every detail of his appearance sent a cascade of revelations through my mind. His form was ethereal, half glimpsed in shifting mist and ancient light. Yet the eyes that met mine were unmistakable, eyes that held not only the malevolence of a long, dead cult but also a strange, personal familiarity. For a long, agonizing moment, I could not speak. The specter raised a hand in a gesture both regal and mournful, and his voice, when it came, was like the rustling of ancient pages. "At last, you have arrived," he intoned. "I have awaited you through the long corridors of time, for you are not merely a wanderer. You are the key. A shock ran through me. How could it be that this spectral figure, whose legacy we had fought so hard to defy, could claim any connection to me? My mind raced back through memories, fragments of a past I had long buried. A chill of recognition crept over me as I recalled a half-remembered childhood, a blurred image of a face in a faded photograph, and a name whispered in the dark by someone I once trusted. The revelation was staggering. The cult leader's identity, his purpose, was entwined with my own origins. You, I managed, my voice trembling. You are part of me. The specter inclined his head slowly, his expression softening into something akin to sorrowful acceptance. I was once mortal, as you are, he replied, his tone laced with ancient regret. I sought power, and in my hubris, I bound myself to the labyrinth's dark promise. In time, that promise became my legacy, and yours. For you, dear child of the night, have been chosen since your first breath to inherit this burden, and, if you are strong enough, to break it. A maelstrom of emotions surged within me. Anger, grief, disbelief, and a reluctant, burgeoning resolve. All the years I had spent wandering the hidden tunnels, all the terror that had driven me forward, now coalesced into a singular, overwhelming truth. I was not a mere explorer by chance, but a pivotal part of an ancient, inexorable design. The labyrinth had been calling me all along, guiding me through its horrors, preparing me for this final confrontation. Marcus stepped forward, his steady voice a grounding force amid the chaos of my thoughts. What does it mean then? He asked softly. If you are part of this legacy, how can we break free from its hold? The specter's gaze swept over us, and he seemed to weigh our souls with an intensity that made the very air shiver. The labyrinth thrives on fear, he said. Its dark power is sustained by the sacrifices of those who dare to enter. But every chain forged in terror can be broken with the fire of defiance. The final act is not one of submission, it is one of transformation. You must embrace your destiny, confront your deepest fears, and reclaim the power that has been wrenched from you. Only then can the cycle be undone. My mind reeled as I absorbed his words. Every trial we had faced, the vanishings, the relentless harvest, the reverse ritual we had so painfully attempted, had led to this moment of choice. The labyrinth was not an unchangeable curse, it was a living, evolving force, and within its depths lay the potential for redemption. I looked around at my companions. Marcus's determined set jaw, Elena's tear-streaked but resolute face, and felt our shared conviction strengthen me. We had come too far, sacrificed too much, to allow the labyrinth's dark legacy to claim us entirely. Drawing in a trembling breath, I stepped toward the altar. I will do it, I declared, my voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. I will face the darkness within me and reclaim what is rightfully mine. The specter's eyes glimmered with a mix of pride and sorrow as he extended a spectral hand toward me. Then know this, he intoned softly. The labyrinth's end is not the end of your journey, but the beginning of a new chapter. Embrace your past, and let it forge a future free from the chains of terror. In that charged moment, as I placed my hand upon the cold stone of the altar, memories long hidden surged forth in a torrent. I saw flashes of a childhood cloaked in mystery, of whispered legends passed down in hushed tones, of a family burdened with a secret legacy. I recalled a name, etched in the recesses of my mind, that now resonated with the weight of destiny. With every heartbeat, I felt the labyrinth's power wane, as if my defiance were siphoning its dark energy and transforming it into something new. A promise of rebirth, of hope. The chamber trembled as the ancient stone seemed to come alive with a light not of this world. Symbols that had once dripped with malice now glowed with a gentle radiance, and the oppressive silence was replaced by a sound like the soft, steady beating of 1,000 wings. Marcus and Elena watched in awed silence as the specter began to dissolve into motes of silver light, his final words echoing like a benediction. You have rewritten your destiny. The labyrinth's end is your beginning. For what felt like an eternity, I remained rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by a sensation that was both exultant and bittersweet. the terrible burden of our past, the sacrifices, the losses, the ceaseless harvest of fear, had been transformed into a spark of possibility. I realized then that I was not cursed to dwell in darkness, but given the rare chance to rise above it. In reclaiming my own terror, I had become a beacon for all those who had been lost in the labyrinth's shadow. As the final vestiges of the ancient cult faded away, the chamber began to shift. The colossal altar receded, the walls softened, and a passage opened that led upward into a light that I had not seen in years. Marcus squeezed my shoulder, his eyes brimming with quiet triumph. "We have done it," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "We have broken the cycle." Elena's soft smile, mingled with tears of relief, confirmed his words. The labyrinth, for all its malevolent power, was yielding to the strength of our defiance. Together, we advanced toward the passageway, each step lighter than the last as the oppressive weight of our past fell away. I glanced back one final time at the chamber that had been the crucible of our suffering and our salvation. In that moment, I felt not sorrow for what we had endured, but gratitude for the lessons learned, for the bonds forged in the crucible of fear, and for the knowledge that even the darkest legacy can be overturned by the resolute heart of a determined soul. The passageway wound upward, its walls gradually giving way to the gentle luminescence of dawn. The cool night air welcomed us as we emerged from the labyrinth, blinking in the soft glow of a new day. Though the scars of our journey would remain with us forever, we carried with us the triumphant truth that the cycle of terror had been broken. I knew that our lives would never again be the same. We had been irrevocably transformed by the labyrinth's end, and in our transformation lay the seed of a future defined not by fear but by hope. Standing at the threshold between darkness and light, I took a deep, steadying breath. My heart was still heavy with memory, yet it beat now with the promise of rebirth. The labyrinth had taught me that terror could be a chain, but also that chains, once broken, allow one to soar. In that final, defiant act, I had reclaimed not only my destiny, but also the destiny of all those who had been lost to the ancient rite. I have come to understand that the labyrinth was never merely a maze of stone, and shadow was a living chronicle of human fear, a relentless force that thrived on our doubts and our despair. And yet, in its final throughs, it offered us a gift, the chance to transform our deepest terror into a radiant, unyielding strength. As I look into the brightening sky, I know that our journey is only just beginning. The legacy of the labyrinth will linger in our memories, a reminder that even in the darkest depths, the human spirit can ignite a light that shatters the chains of destiny. Now, as I prepare to write the next chapter of my life, I carry with me the memory of every step taken, every cry of terror, and every moment of transcendent hope. The labyrinth's end was not the end of our story, but a rebirth, a final, triumphant act that transformed our collective fear into the power to shape our own fate. I walk forward into the light with a heart unburdened and a soul forever changed, knowing that even the deepest shadow cannot hold back the dawn. I close this record with unwavering conviction that when we face our deepest terror, when we dare to reclaim the fear that has been used against us, we hold the key to our own salvation. The labyrinth may forever remain a part of our past, but its dark legacy has been eclipsed by the bright, indomitable flame of hope and resilience that now burns within us. Our fates, entwined with the ancient design of that living maze, have been rewritten in the language of courage and defiance. In the end, I have not merely survived, I have transcended, and as I step into the light of a new day, I know that our triumph over the labyrinth's dark legacy is the beginning of a future where fear is not our master, but our muse. A reminder that every ending carries within it the seed of a new, brilliant beginning.